Yo, it's your boy DZ, man. You already know it's not about the setback. It's about the get back. I want to appreciate everyone that's became a member, that subscribed to the channel, and that watches the channel. I appreciate y'all. If you haven't already, hit that notification bell. Hit that notification bell so you can be notified every time we go live. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me, and I hope y'all continue to rock with me. Fam, what's happening? Wack 100. Now listen, see, Wack 100 has already made a statement. And you got to understand that Wack 100 is trying so hard to make everyone only look at Loose Cannon as a snitch and not himself. He doesn't want anybody to reference him as being the snitch, but he wants everybody to look at Loose Cannon. And he's making sure that he does the same exact thing that I tell y'all that he does when he wants to promote this shit. He done went to academics. He done went to Adam. Next, he's gonna go to Vlad. And he got all of the little media team to promote this. This is his form of getting whatever narrative out that he wants to get out. So he's going on a straight press run to prove to everyone that Loose Cannon is a snitch. Now, I told everyone this. Loose Cannon has told Wack 100 some valuable information. And Wack 100 took that information directly to the FBI. And you gotta understand this. Loose Cannon is in deep shit because of everything he said on the internet and everything he said to Wack 100. Now, Wack 100's still cocky. He's still running around the internet like he doesn't have any accountability with no jumper. And we all know he brought the watch back. He had involvement. He set the chain of events off. He kicked Loose Cannon's foot to go. Now, you gotta understand, Wack 100 is past proven reliable. He is a reliable informant. He's been operating in this manner for a long time. And the tactics that he's using, I've called him out consecutively. And I tell everybody how he does it. Right now, he's on a straight mission to influence everybody that Loose Cannon is telling and having an involvement with the homicide. When in all actuality, Loose Cannon or someone else talked to Wack 100 about this homicide, and he relayed all the information to the feds. Wack 100 knows that an indictment is about to come down from this situation. Just as he knew an indictment was coming for Big U and the 60s for the homicide involving RW. It's the same exact tactics that he does over and over again. And he constantly does it and promotes it when it's time for a situation to occur. And you see it over and over again. If you pay attention now, because we're going to go over some of the no jumper interview that he did, and we're going to talk about it. And you got to understand, this is Wack's game. He went to Adam, he went to academics, and academics is acting as if he's kind of clueless about the shit. But Wack done sent him the video. Wack said Loose Cannon had asked him about this video in order, I guess, to prove that he didn't have nothing to do with it. But if you pay attention, he's highlighting and saying as if Loose Cannon has involvement. And from what I think, Loose Cannon had talked to Wack about this homicide a while back. And maybe he implicated himself in this situation, and Wack identified him telling him, and Wack knew where the video footage was because the feds had it. So Wack gets the footage, sends it to academics, discusses this with Loose Cannon before they always fall out. And they discuss this on the jail phone. You got to understand, those calls that Loose Cannon is doing his content on, his brain is not processing that they're going to use all of this against you. And you are allowed to continue to talk so that they can be able to build more evidence of you incriminating yourself. He doesn't understand that yet. But Wack 100 does. Wack 100 is getting Loose Cannon to engage, as in beef, talk about how he threatens people while he does this from jail, so that the prosecutors can have a solid showing that he's continuing the same activity from behind the wall. He's organizing his gang to operate the way they operate. Wack 100 is going to be the star witness, as he will be involved, but he's going to be the star witness in the no jumper incident. I can see it now. And you know, as I break this shit down, every time it comes out to what I'm saying, because he's really easy to read. I gotta be real. Wack is real easy to read. It's like elementary. I'm just being real. So if you align yourself with Wack 100, you have to expect that you are about to put yourself in a situation, because he's only going to deal with you if he can have leverage against you, and for no other reason at all. It's his personal narratives that he wants to spin. And I tell everybody, stay away from Wack. Straight up. Unless you want to be involved in something. Wack has been doing what he's doing for so long. And the FBI, they love Wack. I just got to be real, because he's able to create this facade and image to the urban community and get people involved in certain things because maybe they're already doing other crimes. So he's able to get next to them, whereas though they're able to get the intel from Wack. If you pay attention to how Wack reports all of this shit on the internet and he knows everything. Come on now. And people still call Wack and give him information. Why? He embraces everybody that's telling. He surrounds himself around any and everybody that's into some bullshit, right? But he don't never get into nothing. You have to understand that Wack 100 is an informant. And he does this job well. When you get to a certain level in life, whereas though you are a person that has a great deal of influence, if it's negative or positive, the FBI is coming to see you. This is how our world operates. If you get to a level that you have a great deal of influence, no matter if it's negative or positive, the FBI is coming to see you. And what they do is they look into your background. And if you got dirt in your background, they put the pressure on. And either you're gonna go down for whatever they want to hold against you, or you're gonna operate by way of them. You have to understand this. The FBI, the feds now, they control every narrative that goes on through platforms, through people. You understand this, right? Whatever they want to control, the narrative, they push it through people. They've done it through the music, and now they're doing it through social media. It's very easy to do it now because everybody is tuned in to social media. So whatever narrative that they want to put out there, they put it through social media. And Wack 100, people pay attention to him. So they made a visit to Wack a long time ago. And he's been cooperating consistently for a while. He's on there with Adam now. And trust me, Adam is doing the same. They are alike. They are alike. They both had dirt on them, right? Them people done came to see him, and in order for them to continue to operate the way they do, they gotta work. They have to. They're not gonna allow you to operate this way with the past they got. Wack has a past. Adam has a past. But they allowed them to operate. Do you understand? Diddy. They allowed Diddy to operate until he challenged the wrong people. They allow you to align yourself in situations, but when you cross that line, that's your ass. This is what happened to Diddy. He crossed the line and challenged the wrong people. See, Wack 100 and Adam, they not challenging the wrong people. Wack has a great deal of respect for every other culture except his own. Adam embraces the African American culture, and they all come on his platform, criminals now, and end up indicted. Why doesn't Adam embrace civilians, African American civilians that might have been in the gang culture at one point, but denounced it and have a good message to give to the youth, why not to get in a gang? But he's only embracing everyone that's actively participating in a gang or gang culture to highlight what goes on. There's plenty of people in the world, right, that have denounced the streets. They don't want nothing to do with the streets, and they want to shed light on the youth why this is destroying them. They have experiences, things that they've been through, real life war stories that people will still be intrigued about hearing. But they don't want those type of people to promote why not to do it, because they only want the people that's promoting actively to be active. And when these people take a fall, all they do is move on to the next. They'll have another sucker that'll come around and start repping the set, throwing the gang signs up, identifying their connection to the gang, only to get indicted again. Look at 4 Extra. Came up there, Wack was having a ball, Adam was having a ball, and all they did was get him the fuck up out of there. Pay attention to this shit. There's plenty of people that have knowledge of the gang culture, that have had experience with the gang culture. But these are not the people that they promote. These are not the people that they give a platform to elevate when they can enlighten the people. And then they can be able to elevate themselves. They don't give these type of people a platform for a reason. Because Adam could be helping so many people that really come from the gang culture, that have changed their lives and just need that light and exposure so that they can elevate and have a different awareness and understanding why not to get in the game. But they don't do this. They only promote people that are actively destroying the community, and they sit back and laugh. It's the same thing over and over again. Adam has the ability to go and put on his podcast real life X Street dudes that was banging hard, dudes that had blocks on smash, dudes that was getting real live paper, running shit, but don't want nothing to do with it. And I'll tell you all their stories, let you know what they've been through, why they would never do it again, right? But he doesn't have them type of people on his platform. Only people he has on the platform are people that are actively doing shit so that they can incriminate themselves, tell their affiliations, and make sure that the feds keep intel on who's doing what. Y'all understand this, right? Wack 100. He is an inside plug for the feds. Straight up. He has to make everything look as if he's in the middle. And I'm starting to look at this shit for what it is. He has to make this shit look the way that he's doing it. So I'm saying, are they giving him this kind of pass for him to be so cocky because his past cooperation has far exceeded not producing. He's been producing for a long time. And I'm starting to look at this shit now. These people like Adam and Vlad, they're not culture vultures. No, they're not. They are the type of people that are placed there for the reason for the culture to incriminate themselves, tell on themselves, to make sure they identify everything and feel comfortable with doing it because they're doing it in front of white men. Because in all actuality, you don't see any street guys or supposedly street guys going in front of other street podcasters talking about criminal activity. You don't see street guys going in front of other African American people and talking about criminal activities. And I'm going to tell you, because they feel like if they do that in front of black people, that is telling on themselves. But when they do it in front of white people, it's okay. And I'm sitting here like, you know, I get to thinking and I get to analyzing shit on some real shit. Why are these African American people so comfortable with going in front of white people in other cultures to talk about their crimes, but when it comes to other African American people, they say, I ain't going over there to tell on myself. But it's okay to do it on platforms like Adam. See, they understand that it's a mental trick. And they continue to get people to go on these platforms. They use people like Wack 100 to make you feel comfortable with going over there. This is why Wack 100 has a Adam and Wack show. This is why they have a partnership contract for this exact situation. Because it makes people comfortable to feel like I can go over here and talk like this because Wack 100 does. I'm just trying to get people to understand this shit. And you know, I like to break it down and I like to be real precise with it for people to understand. Because I sit back and I think about it and I analyze it like, okay, I got it. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. You have to understand it's beyond a lot of things that people are thinking. You know, people want to say Vlad and Adam are culture vultures. No, they're put there. They are literally put there. Their platforms are enhanced for the specific reason for people to do this. And if you wonder, there is no African American platforms that operate like this. Let's be real. These are the urban outlets for the African American community. And they're white people. I'm just being real with this shit. These are the African American urban outlets, but they're run by white people. And they don't go to jail. Nothing ever happens to them. They just sit around and act like, man, hey, it's okay. I don't do anything wrong. But everybody that comes there does shit wrong. You got to pay attention to this shit, man. It's some ill shit, and people are so eager to go to these platforms to tell on themselves. They're real eager to do it. Oh, man, if I get on Vlad, if I get on Adam, because they got the platform that exposes the urban culture. Wack 100 is a major tool for the feds. I see this shit, man. He's a major tool because he's past proven reliable. It's so many people that have been connected to Wack 100 that cases have been brought against them. And Wack sits there and acts as if I didn't do nothing. If you pay attention, when Wack is working on something, he has all the time in the world to entertain that specific person, their channel, for a specific reason. Now, this is a person that is supposed to be a businessman that has all these businesses going on and a millionaire and all this shit going on. But pay attention what he does. Wack 100 came and called in to SBGB TV when I had 3,000 subscribers. Why? Huh? Why? You a millionaire now. What are you concerned about calling into a call-in show with 3,000 subscribers? Why? You got to pay attention, man. Wack has a motive for everything. It just didn't work out when he tried to run that shit on me. Now, he's able to get a lot of people, and I see it because he starts to align himself, connect himself, and insert himself with whoever he's trying to get next to. And he's there faithfully. He shows up. He acts as if he's assisting you. If he's lending you a hand, he'll even tell you, hey, listen, I don't want nothing from you. I'm going to just give you this because I want to help you out and I want to see you win. This is why the feds rely on Wack, because his approach is phenomenal. And he's usually able to infiltrate any system because of his approach. He knows how to approach black people. Straight up. He's that type of person. And he gets into a lot of people's circles and he's able to get information. Wack says all this information that he has. He talks about information from years ago. Where the fuck is he storing all this shit at? Your phone runs out of fucking storage space. The shit will lock up. He has video, audio, lengthy recordings, all kinds of shit. His shit is unlimited. But he's able to pull up whatever. He even knows how to go back and get whatever. But he'll tell you, man, I don't know how to work that internet, man. I don't know nothing about that. See, you think I know how to work it, but I don't know how to work it. But he knows how to work that shit well. Wack knows that I'm too smart for him. And I want y'all to understand that. Wack 100 knows that I'm way too smart for him. And, you know, he's thinking and plotting now how to handle me. Believe me, you know, he's thinking about it because we're getting louder. He's thinking tremendously. Trust me. And you know, I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. I already know what we dealing with, man. You know, and I try to tell the people so that they all can understand. And for those who want to understand, I try to enlighten everybody to let you know the character of Wack 100. Dude is a snake. Dude is a fraud. Dude is cooperating. And he got a desk somewhere in their office, man. This shit is ill. For him to be involved in so much criminal activity and to not care, consistently go around the internet and act as if I don't care, it lets you know, man. Facts. We all seen these movies, man, where guys like Wack 100 exist. We all seen it, man. Yeah, we all seen this shit, man. Wack says my lawyers this and I'll contact my team and all this shit. And you can see this shit. It's self-explanatory. And it's major. It's major. And I guarantee you, when Wack watches me talk, he says to himself, which he won't say to the guys in Clubhouse or the girls in Clubhouse, but he says to himself that I'm spot the fuck on. Yeah. You know, I'm gifted with this shit. I can see this now. I'm gifted to be able to read this type of behavior because this shit been going on forever in time. These type of people have existed forever in time. They will continue to exist. They just come in different forms. And Wack 100 has came in the form whereas though he's able to infiltrate. And I'm like, when I look at it, right, because there's billions of people in this world that I'm able to expose Wack for people that have an open ear for it. But there's also people that look at it as, you know, the mental, our brains, they operate real crazy. There are people that say, man, he ain't done shit to me, right? Until something happens to him, then they want everybody to know from behind the wall why this happened and who's the rat. But the mental of a lot of people, they run towards guys like Wack and get themselves caught up because he knows how to present himself. He knows how to present himself. And he does it well. Making people think that he's gangster. If you pay attention, we say it over and over again. Wack is not saying anything about Paru, man. Nah. He calmed down after Loose Cannon got indicted and Big U got indicted. It's like, it's ill. This shit is ill. And, you know, for all the people that think Wack isn't working, you real confused, man. And that's a fact. That is a fact. You're real confused. Wack doesn't like anybody. He doesn't care about nothing. His life is consumed by the FBI. His life revolves around the feds. And this is a fact. His life revolves around the FBI. Y'all understand this, right? Wack pays attention to me. Trust and believe that shit. He pays attention to me all the time, you know, because he wants to see how many other people are paying attention to what I'm saying. And right now, we have people paying attention, but he doesn't feel like I'm affecting him yet because we haven't reached that long, whereas though people are throwing it in his face continuously. SBGBTV. When people start to continuously throw that in his face, and I'm saying bigger platforms because of the way that I'm speaking, it's gonna rattle his cage. But he's like, if I don't mention him, or, you know, I dodge a question when somebody asks about him, then but he knows damn well the shit that I'm saying is spot on. And that's a fact. I break the character down continuously. I break the character down continuously, man. And if you haven't already hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, share this video, man. We're going to react to Wack 100 here, man. The worst kind. R&B hates Wack, man. Trust me. She just deal with him for the purposes of promoting her business. You know, he put her in the light. But R&B hates Wack. The character of someone that doesn't like themselves and, you know, I've been cooperating is ill, man.
Okay. Loose Cannon has really taken a more adversarial stance against you over the past couple of days. It seems like he's decided that he really wants the smoke.
Yeah, that's a situation. One, R&B kind of like got on me. She had been on me. And I think what I did, what I shouldn't have done, because I got a bone to pick with you after this podcast too.
Uh-oh.
What I shouldn't have done.
Do it on the podcast.
What I shouldn't have done was, you know, you hear a bunch of shit and you just don't say nothing. It's like you hearing a bunch of shit I'm doing behind your back and you just don't say nothing. And you look up and it's 5, 6, 7 things right? And it just one day you just explode.
Right.
So I think that's kind of really what happened. And I'm gonna be real. I'm very crafty with this stuff. Extremely crafty. I'm strategic with it. And I fight these type of things different. When you think it's just a head on, I'm gonna fight you from behind you, from above, and come from up under you. And it's all like mind manipulation, right? And
He's letting you know right there, man. It's all like mind manipulation. You know, the way he delivers the message, the way he talks to people, the way he inserts himself into every situation and act as if he can help you. He knows the answers. But then turn around. Once he makes sure everything goes sour, man, listen, I don't know why they did it. They should have never did it this way, and I didn't tell them to do it, and they grown, and that kind of talk. The disassociation of anything. It's the same shit that he does continuously. AJ, I appreciate the super chat. I heard that R&B got DZ tattooed on her thigh.
because he's where he's at, and I know him, I know how to push his buttons, what to say, just what to do, just what to expose, to send him over the edge. You got to remember, he has to fight me back from what he says, right? I'm not going to even put him in that type of situation to put himself in the trick bag on that phone. You get what I'm saying?
But this is what he's been doing the whole time. He's been putting him in the situation to put himself in the trick bag, to incriminate himself, to continuously say things over the internet that is going to help the prosecution. And Wack 100 acts as if he's not going to do that. But it's exactly what he's doing, man.
Because once I start jabbing and doing and saying shit, right? At that point in time, me knowing him, he's going to blow a fuse. And then most people would sit back and laugh once he starts to say and do things to twist himself. But to me, it ain't really a laughing situation to contribute to him adding to his situation, right? On top of that, I'm gonna be real. I never really played the game with Loose Cannon. You know, when I talk to Loose, I talk to Loose. You know, I never recorded phone calls unless he asked me to. I remember one time he was talking to his dad because he was trying to clear something up for Eddie Boy or something. He like, Wack, record the call so Eddie Boy know I tried. Shit like that, but I never really did none of that with him. Whenever he was talking.
He told us just a couple days ago that Loose Cannon, you know, hadn't talked to his dad and a whole bunch of other shit, but now you recorded the call of Loose Cannon talking to his dad, and now you want to tell us now. You got to listen to him, right? Whatever conversation that he brings up that fits his narrative, he's going to make it seem like he's telling the truth. He's going to make it seem like he's being real. And if you listen to him, he says, I'm going to be real. But he's never being real. He's only painting a picture that he thinks people are going to assume that he's being real.
Talking to me about things, but you know, it's things I know, it's things that he don't know I know. And maybe I should have told him, right? But all this did for me is kind of say, Wack, you know you should have been put closure to that. And I'm gonna tell you,
just double check. Is the audio for the TV's turned off, right?
Yeah, because I didn't know it was gonna start playing.
Oh, okay, because it did start playing.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure that they can't hear it. Sorry.
And it was like, it was a couple things that was done that I really like looked at it and said, oh, it's like some sabotage type shit.
What do you mean? Self-sabotage?
Not self-sabotage is when you doing it to self.
Right.
But when somebody that's supposed to be kind of right there with you starts to do things that could affect things that has nothing to do with them but just you, you know, you're supposed to see that. But I kind of dismissed it because it was like you doing with Lush. Maybe he wasn't thinking. That's why I know Lush do one more time, think he out of here. Because it get to a point to where you like, nah, after this is just gonna be on me.
Right.
Right? Like the situation with Game. Right?
With Loose and Game?
Yeah, like when he went at Game on the internet.
When did he do that?
I didn't know nothing about that.
That was before you guys were cool?
But he understands that me and Game's relationship, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it may be, like, you've never heard me say anything bad or down in Game. You know what I'm saying?
Clearly care about that relationship.
No, that's my brother. I love my brother to death. You know what I'm saying? Period. Right? That's for life. Right? So, you know, my phone went crazy because people, when you let somebody get that close to you like that and they do things, they don't believe that you didn't know they were going to do it.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So, you know, good thing Game.
Now, let's be real. Game doesn't believe Wack 100 didn't know that Loose Cannon was gonna go at him. And that's a fact. I can bet anything that he does not believe that Wack 100, who Mr. Big Pyru running around the internet, running with Loose Cannon every day, that he didn't believe that Loose Cannon would just jump out there and go at the Game without letting Wack know how he feels, especially at that time, because they was like a duo. But he wants to go to the internet and portray that he didn't know. We not going for that, man.
Called me. That's how I found out, because he called me. So I called Loose Cannon. Game know me. I called Wack, and Wack downplayed something up. I called Wack, and Wack called Loose Cannon and asked him, yo, what the is going on? And then Loose told me, man, he was totally wrong with his information. You know, he was, man, I thought this. I said, well, everything you saying is not right. That didn't happen. Game didn't do none of that, right? You can't fault a man for being at a celebrity party. On top of that, I never put the burden on my artists not to do some business if some business need to be done with somebody. You know what I'm saying? If they got to do some business, I'm not going to tell a man not to do his business if it's, worthwhile. They not going to do the business if it don't need to be done, if something's going on with me or vice versa, right? So, I started seeing a few little things, but I was like, I think in my heart, I genuinely was trying to help Loose and trying to show him another way. Like on some genuine shit.
It's a total lie. Wack 100 only dealt with Loose Cannon to get the indictment solid against Big U. That's the only reason why he dealt with Loose Cannon. Nothing ever was genuine. He done went to the internet continuously and let everybody know how he feels, being as though Loose Cannon is fighting back over the phone with things that he knows. But he gets up on this platform and tries to paint a different picture and tries to act like it was a genuine care for loose cannon, which is a total lie, man.
You know, looking back at it all and understanding some things I understood, but I just didn't want to call it that. You know, I gave Luce the benefit of the doubt. 10 out of 10 people was telling me things and I heard them, but I didn't hold it against him. You get what I'm saying? Even the situation here, right? This is my place of business. Like that shouldn't have happened.
Okay, but question.
You get what I'm saying?
A lot has been made of Luce and suggests that he may be a compulsive liar. That's definitely what his brother...
Wack 100 is too. Wack say now that is his place of business, you know, Wack 100, you know, is a liar. And he's the type of person that inserts himself next to situations and claims them. You know, we all know people like that in life that will start claiming things that they really didn't put the work in to do. This platform had millions of subscribers before Wack 100 was making regular appearances. And, you know, Wack wants to associate himself as if this is our business, when we all know Wack is just in a contract to do the show with Adam. Wack is a backstabber and a manipulator and will do whatever to stay relevant.
And his ex-wife have to say, was there ever a moment in your relationship with him where you're like, holy shit, this fool lies a lot and about things he doesn't need to lie about?
It was things, and I wouldn't say nothing because in my head I can fix it.
And you fucking with him, so it's like I don't want to be friends with a liar.
It's a lot of shit. Like it was like simple shit, but in my head, because I saw him as like a, and not trying to little boy him, I saw him like a student, right? And like, okay, he may don't know how to get in the 3-point stance, but if I keep working with him, he gonna get it.
Right.
Like it was, I can name a list of things, right? But I was like, I can fix it, and he wouldn't know it. Sometimes I wait a week and I get in front of him and I tell him, but then another few times it was like, and some shit I didn't pay attention to. Like, I'm like, yo, bro, you got a twin brother? Nah, he's 10 years older than me. I'm 32, he's 42. So I'm like this, bro, if I ask you that and you tell me that, it ain't that I believe you, it's just I don't think you would bullshit me about that, right?
Right.
So that wasn't nothing I was trying to research. People was telling me, I'm like, well, what difference do it make if he is or he isn't, right? But then as time goes on and you start seeing things, you be like, you know, because now when you go to jail, your shit pop up.
Right.
So it's like, damn, you really are 42. So then you ask yourself, well, damn, you know, why would he? Then, but I blow it out. Oh, fuck it, ain't nothing. It's just he bullshitting about his age, right? Whatever, right? Maybe because he was a artist or whatever, right? The loose cannon, far as him being a producer, I would tell people, no, he really produced music. Like, you know, he did produce a couple songs, right?
Do you ever witness it?
No, I never witnessed it, but he would tell me going to the studio and he come out there with a song. Now, as far as he never had a conversation with me about.
Pay attention how Wack 100 talks about loose cannon now. Pay attention how Wack 100 talks about loose cannon now. It's like he's telling a story as if he didn't understand who loose cannon was, but aligned himself with him consistently for 13 months, right? This was a 13-month investigation by the FBI. This was a 13-month investigation by the FBI. Wack 100 knew that the investigation was complete. He understood the FBI had everything to indict Loose Cannon and Wack 100. And Big U. He understood this. He's acting as if he didn't know all these things about Loose Cannon. He knew Loose Cannon's age. He knew Loose Cannon had a twin brother. He knew Loose Cannon had a real wife. You have to understand this, right? When the FBI came to Wack 100 and put him on this mission, they sat down with Wack 100 and explained to him who he was, what type of person he is, who his wife was. He knew his affiliation with Big U. Wack 100 knew everything. He's playing as if he didn't know. I want y'all to pay attention to this shit, man. I break it down to y'all continuously. And, you know, the more he talks, you know, it's like it's written all over his face. It's self-explanatory. You can see it, you know, in his delivery, in his conversation, you know, in his mannerisms. And it's like right there. It's self-explanatory. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, share this video. It's right there. You can clearly see it, man.
About these big names. He would just say he did this song with Nip, and he would tell me he did the song because he didn't produce the song. The song was produced by one of my old producers.
Right.
A dude named Buckwheat. They call him Press Play now.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that song was produced by Buckwheat. It was him rapping, featuring Nip and YG. But he would just tell me he had a song with Nip, right? And YG. So, but like, he never would tell me, yo, I produced for Mariah Carey,
Nas, Drake.
Nas, and nah. He told me been in the studio with Drake. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know how true that is, but he said he's been in the studio with Drake. Which, you know, shit, being in the studio with an artist could come many different ways.
Because I don't want to just take other people's word for it that Luce is a huge liar. But like,
there's a lot of shit going on.
When I really sat back on my stream that I did earlier this week, I sat back and watched the interview with his ex-wife, and the things that she's saying, it just sounded so real. Like when I think about the people I've known throughout my life who are liars, and the way that she was talking about how, oh, he said he got shot 10 times, and then something would happen where she realized that wasn't true, and so he'd say, no, I said I got shot at 10 times. Like just constantly moving the goalposts and just kind of like fudging the details. I don't know. And now it's like, he's going at Brick with a bunch of shit that from my perspective is fake, like this transgender, saying that Brick's got some trans pussy in there. I mean, I really doubt it.
Well, here's the thing with that, right?
If he did, I would be proud of him.
No, I listen, right?
Okay.
Because
I gotta say this, right? Wack 100 called into the show and he told me that he's a public figure, he has industry ties, and he's heavy in the game in the entertainment business, right? He told the entire world that he knows multiple celebrities, and either he's been into beef with people, or their securities have been in the beef, and you know, he knows everybody and all this kind of extra shit to prove his involvement in his connections in the entertainment business. Wack 100 knew Loose Cannon didn't have none of the accolades that he said he had. He knew this for a fact. He knew most everything that Loose Cannon was claiming to have done in the entertainment music business that he didn't do. But he had to allow Loose Cannon to talk this way and support him in order for him to feed him the information that he needed and that the feds wanted to know. I'm going to tell you this, right? Wack 100 had a list of questions and information that he needed to get out of Loose Cannon. And he delivered all of it. Whatever information he needed to get out of Loose that the feds instructed him to get, he got it. When the feds showed up, the mission was complete. You know that, I want you to understand this, right? The feds made an extortion payment. I want you to understand this now. The feds made an extortion payment to Big U 4 days, either 4 or 5 days before they grabbed this indictment. The whole time that they were working on Big U and making extortion payments and making sure they had wiretaps on Big U, Wack 100 was playing his part the whole entire time as well. This was a major investigation. And if you pay attention, the files are sealed. There's a reason. The files are sealed. There is a reason. And Wack 100 is so comfortable. Pay attention to this shit, man. This shit is ill. But if you look at his personality and how he's trying to explain and all these explanations for this and that, you can see this shit. Like, it's like really, really right there for you to see it, because he's trying to make you believe what he's saying when we've seen the total opposite. But the human brain is easily misled and redirected from the internet. And I'm just telling you this shit, man. And you know, I appreciate y'all that rock with me. And you know, I just like to break it down so, you know, we all can understand it, because it's foul that our brains are so easily influenced and manipulated. And you have to understand, they do studies on our brains, and they do major studies. And this is why certain people, individuals, are able to operate and others are confused what they're doing. But pay attention, man. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video.
I've been a victim of this a lot of times. First, they start with one thing, and then when that don't work, they add to that. Then that don't work, then they add to it. So the first time the brick thing was addressed, it was originally Brick, instead of asking the Crips for some hair grease, he went and asked the transgender for some grease.
Right.
Right? That's all it was. Who he went and asked for some grease. So when Luce ran the narrative on Brick, that he kicked Brick out the cell, which I'm like, damn, that was kind of crazy because they was in there. It's obvious they was like running content. We're gonna say we sellies.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the other fake shit? Which I didn't understand when he kept saying Big U trying to get Brick to sign some paperwork. And I'm telling myself, what kind of paperwork would an inmate have for another inmate to sign on that side of the wall, right?
But it's crazy because saying we're running content is the best excuse for just lying. Because as soon as you say we're running content, that's the perfect way to excuse it.
But see, that's the new wave shit, right?
Yeah,
we're gonna get to that.
New.
So the thing was, him, Big U and Brick was in the same place. Me and Brick are cellies, and I'm getting into it with Big U because he's trying to get Brick to sign some paperwork, right? So I already said, well, I know they're in the same pod or whatever together. Them being cellies, they could be, might not be, right? I left it at that. I never believed that Big U was directly with them.
That would seem massively irresponsible on behalf of the staff.
Yeah, I didn't, you know, but I'm listening to it, right?
Right.
So initially it was Brick went to get some hair grease. Then it went to when he said he rolled Brick out the cell. I think it took a while for Brick to hear about it. And when Brick responded and said, nah, not only did he not roll me out the cell, his hand ain't broke, ain't no Big U here, ain't been no fight. When Brick started kind of clearing the board, that's when the, no, I'm lying. Allegedly, Brick says Luce turned down a fade with somebody from Blackstone. And then Luce turned down a fade with Brick Baby. I didn't believe that either. I didn't believe that, right? So then Luce ramped it up. Yeah, we got rid of you because you was over there trying to screw the transgender. Now I get ramped. It went from asking them for hair grease to now you trying to, but I'm watching it. One thing I can say, when Brick came out to say what he gonna say, he said it all. And he ain't said nothing since then. So at that point, Luce ramped it up. Do I believe that Brick asked the transgender for some hair grease? Yes. Do I believe that he tried to do some sexual shit with the transgender? No, I don't. I don't believe that.
This already was a narrative on the podcast, though. At a certain point, there was this rumor that Brick had basically been fucking with a trans person or some shit, or getting his hair braided by a trans person. And Brick came out with his actual version of the story, if I'm not mistaken, where he had been getting his hair braided by someone, and then he found out that the person who was braiding his hair was fucking with punks. And that made him uncomfortable, and he stopped getting his hair braided by them or whatever, which is a far cry from fucking a trans person.
This is why he was in jail.
Years ago. This is before he got locked up.
Why he was in jail? Why he was on the street?
Which I don't know if Lush or if Luce is just conflating these two stories and just kind of rolling with that one.
Wait. So Brick said he had a man braiding his hair while he was on the street.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. While he was in jail.
In jail.
Yeah.
And then he found out, dude. Okay, I can see that.
Which is
he found out, dude. Yeah. I can see that. He found out.
You can't braid your own hair.
No. I ain't
so
got
it's kind of whatever.
Bro, we all do that. If you know how to braid, you making money. We pay niggas in there, the barbers and the comb and the razor and braid. But I can see Bricks finding out. Oh, you got a punk in the cell. I'm cool on you.
Okay, and I think obviously if there is a trans woman in your cell, as in if there's a person in your cell who is originally a woman and now presents as a man, but they still have a vagina.
Oh, you getting hit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't hold it against Brick if he's fucking a vagina.
But that's not gonna happen in the men's facility.
Why not?
They not gonna put nobody with a vagina in the men's facility.
I think they shouldn't, but what if they did?
No, what I have seen them do is put transgender men with they plumbing in a woman's facility.
Yeah, see, I would hold it against Brick if he was banging
I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you got a vagina in your cell.
But you dress like a man. Magic, that'd be a good nickname for it.
You get a lot of it for a little bit of nothing.
Okay.
So, but then again, it's like, if he was doing that and they was that mad about it, then why they did DP?
Right. Agreed.
But I don't know what the politics is in there. I don't know if it's like, it's the blacks is showed they gotta like not trip the small shit. I don't know really what's going on in there and that, you know what I mean? And the shit he would say to him and the shit he would tell me about what he was, that was very confusing. It was like,
So Luce was telling you stuff off camera, and then once you saw them face to face, you didn't have the same energy.
it was, but you know, me knowing what I know now, I see the play. Right? The infiltration game was going on.
What do you mean?
Let me get cool with Brick. Getting Flacco's here make Flacco think some other shit's going on with Wack.
Because he had told Flacco that you wanted to kill him.
Yeah, I didn't even know.
Right.
You know, I'm coming to you. I'm like, bro, what's up with Flacco?
Yeah.
You looking
I
at
didn't
me?
know either until after it was all exposed.
Yeah, I had no idea. I'm like, wait, when he said, yo, Wack, man, Luke, I said, he told you what? So I'm like, why would Luke tell? Like, and I sat back and like, okay, let me get cool with Brick. Because the shit he would say and about that and vice versa. And then it was like he was in the building trying to make everything work in his favor. What backfired on him, let me tell you what backfired on him, is when he found out that Wack is a wolf.
What kind of wolf?
When he found out I was a wolf, you know what happens? If you got a wolf and some sheep, if that one sheep crosses the road, you know what the rest of the sheep gonna do?
Follow his ass.
You know what that wolf gonna do? He gonna sit there and he gonna maintain his position. He found out I was a wolf out here. When they start doing what they start doing, and Wack took 2 steps back, because I believe all of that was a plot twist to phase me out.
Knowing that he's now facing these charges, it does feel like that
doesn't even make sense, Wack. Yeah, like we all seen Wack kick Loose Cannon's foot. We all seen that. We played that. You kicked Loose Cannon's foot. You stepped back. The shit went off, and y'all left at the same time and went back to Vegas together. Nobody called the police. Nobody didn't stop it. They were robbed. You bragged about it. You said this is what happens when you come playing with Wack. You literally said this. So you trying to use that and say that you was a wolf and you stood your ground, and it's another lie. It's another lie, man. And the lie is just, it's sitting like right there, and he can't hide from it because you already made these statements bragging about it. So you can't act as if you didn't want this to happen or it was another plot twist. It was you motivating and putting a battery in Loose Cannon's back to do what he did. Because you were on the phone, Wack, where it was you, Jay Reed, and Loose Cannon on the phone. And Wack 100 said, I'ma leave you to holler at Travis Ford, Loose Cannon. You said this now. So y'all wanted to go at Travis Ford. But somehow y'all switched the plan to go at Jay Reed. But y'all wanted to go at Travis Ford. And you know, Loose Cannon was on the internet talking about what he was going to do to Travis Ford. Wack, you said, yeah, I'm going to let Loose handle that. But now you acting as if you was the wolf that just stood his ground and everybody else did everything and you had no involvement. Oh, man. Yeah.
It's like such a bad strategic
Bro,
play.
listen. Why tell Flacco that? Flacco's part of this.
He should have been thankful for his relationship with you. He's already the enemy of so many
Bro,
people. He should have been holding on to that.
This is what's crazy. He can say what he want. They can say what they want. Without Wack sitting that man on the side of me and moving him around and going to do podcasts that I would never have done just to put the light on him.
Hater world.
I would have never done that shit. I would have never. That shit was like 2.5 hours out.
Right.
I only went for him. I didn't go for me.
Did you make academics think that he was going to be interviewing you and Luce together?
Yes, that's the only way he would agree.
You did
And
that on purpose?
I made Luce them get on the plane, and then, you know, I'm like, bro, just go ahead and make it happen. Because the only way because if he'd have told me no on this side, I couldn't send
A
him.
little switcheroo.
But what it is, I'm doing what I got to do to try to build him. And I ain't gonna lie, it was a genuine, sincere part of me that like I'm a help him on some real shit, right? But I think the whole time, and especially after listening to Gigi, right? I think the whole time, because she said Wack, I used to lay on the side of him when him and the fake manager dude, she said his name, came up with the idea, attack Wack to try to get some attention on you, and you wouldn't pay him no attention.
Hence the diss track that he made.
Yeah, but I wouldn't pick it. I didn't know. She said all you would say was, I don't know this dude. And she said it would drive him crazy. She said, so when I looked up and saw him on the side of you, I said, oh my God, he found a way to get to him, right? But what was crazy is he got to me the right way. But
Link up with you against a mutual op.
no, that wasn't my thing at all. See, when he called me, I asked him, I said, you f with Big U? And he said, nah, I did, but I don't know more. So I asked him what happened. Cool. Why? Because if you f with Big U, like if Big U knows somebody f with me, he ain't finna let him in his space like that. Right? Because you don't know what that is. Right? Nigga might be a suicide bomber, detonate you and him. You never know what that is, right? So when he propositioned me to help him promote his show, I'm promoting his show. I had no idea about some of the shit he was gonna say. And as I'm listening to him, I don't know if he running his play.
What's up, brother?
Right? I don't know if he's running his play. I don't know what he's doing. You know, when we sit in these seats, bro, our job is to listen, tap in, find something. If this dude was gonna talk for 3 minutes, we gotta find something that can extend the conversation another 3 minutes. And then off that 3 minutes, find something to keep extending the conversation. The reason why we so good at it, because my perspective is gonna be totally different from yours. So whatever I see, you can piggyback off of it. We could take a dude's 3 minutes and turn it into 30.
Now that we know so much more about Loose Cannon, doesn't it seem exceedingly unlikely that Big U actually placed this phone call about Nipsey right before Nipsey died?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you why I believed him at the time. And today, on my way here, Gigi told me some shit that changed that. Okay. Cease and desist come to you, right?
Yep.
At the same time, he tells me Urban Flicks gets a cease and desist. So I'm like, okay, cease and desist go to Adam to pull him down talking about it. Then Urban Flicks gets one so they won't put it in the thing, right? So when I tell Gigi this, because Gigi said, well, why did you believe it? And I told her this, right? And she said, no, Wack, Urban Flicks did get a cease and desist, but it was from me, not Big U.
Oh.
So they got a cease and desist. He just tell me it's from Big U. So my ideology is like, if Adam got one to pull that down and Urban Flicks got one to not to play it, it must exist. It must be there. So I said, well, Gigi, what kind of cease and desist did you serve Urban Flicks? She said all the footage with Black China, all the footage that was shot in our home in Riverside or wherever they live, right? I called the cameraman. The cameraman said Loose Cannon never paid him. So I, in fact, paid the cameraman and brought all the footage. I then serviced Urban Flicks and said, if any of this footage is in this show, I'm gonna sue you. I own it. So yeah, it was a cease and desist there, but the whole time I'm thinking, Big, you served Urban Flicks to cease and desist. See, what you getting one and them getting one, I'm like, okay, he don't want Loose talking about it and he don't want them putting it up. But come to find out, the cease and desist that went to Urban Flicks was from Gigi. Had nothing to do with Big U. So Big U cease and desist that he served you was really in the right lane because he's saying it's a lie. If he's saying it's a lie, then it's defamation. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So once she told me this shit today, I'm like, oh shit. She said, yeah, Wack. I said, yeah, I thought he said, no, that's what he told y'all because it fit. Right. So, you know, dude is kind of like, he's sharp in some ways, he's shallow in some, but the crazy part about him, God willing, he gonna be most dangerous in his old age. Because as an elderly person, you're more prone to believe certain shit. Where he falling short at is he don't know how to see when what's in front of him is really what could change his life. That's genuinely there for him.
Because he spent so many years trying to make it, and then you realistically help his trajectory so much.
Yeah, bro.
Put him in a position that he had been working towards trying to get into for all these years.
He did everything under the sun. Diss me, do this, do that, do this. Nothing worked until boom. And I start positioning. I could have told Loose, hey, yo, Wack, this podcast, I could have told him no. I could have told him no. Nah, but I'm like, okay, Wack, you committed to build him, to growing him, right? So, okay. I never forget, I was in like, I don't know where I was at. I was somewhere like Long Beach or some shit when he called me about the Haters World. And it's like 3:30. Them fools is way in Riverside, San Bernardino. So here I said, all right, bro, I'm gonna make it. It took me like 2.5 hours to get there in traffic, but I went for him. I didn't go do that podcast for me. Adam, if you think about it, you never seen what you seen Wack here, Bootleg Kev, Academics, $1 million worth of game, right. Drink Champs.
Yeah.
You didn't see me, Vlad.
Right.
You didn't see me with the little shit. I didn't know them dudes, but Loose would call. He was like,
if you want to talk, you got plenty of places to do it. You don't have to reach out to other podcasts.
You know, he would even send me links. You know, like it's a dude, cool dude out of New York, Blue, OG Blue. You know, these cats that got 200-300 subs. Like, yo, Wack, could you pull up? So what I'm seeing, okay, if Loose could run around and talk to people and say, I can get Wack to pull up right now, right? And I actually pull up, then that gave Loose value. You get what I'm saying? So, and I did it. You know, not that I needed to do it or wanted to do it. You know, it's been like 1 or 2 times he called with some cats that wanted to pay me, but I wasn't crazy because listening to the number they wanted to pay me, I know bro got paid. But what I wouldn't do is kill it or demand more because I knew he was getting, even though he wasn't telling me, we know this game. So I'm not tripping. You know what? Fuck it. It's an hour. I ain't doing nothing. He making some crumbs. I make some crumbs, whatever. I send the shit to my daughter for her spending money, some bullshit, no problem. But I did everything I was supposed to do. The crazy part about it is right now, when he's in a serious situation, his decision making on how he directed his team was very poor. He a hustler, I'm a hustler. I'm a different type of hustler. I'm over here in corporate land.
He's got the IBM guys, whoever that may be.
Whatever that may be.
Kind of wilding out on social media, saying stuff that probably should not be said.
That's cool. Nobody hears it.
Right.
I got a they're mad because I won't respond to it. But again, it's like, I'm not coming down a hill that you can't get up, right? And I swim with the children a lot. You know, I go out there in the shallow end and I toss the little ball and throw the little duckies, but I don't have to. No, this is real shit, right?
Right.
And you know, it's getting to a point to where it's like, Wack, you got to kill that because you own what you own.
See, you got to understand, right? Wack knows that DZ over here at SBGB TV has definitely got people paying attention, and I'm calling his character out to the T, and he called in here, and he got to think about this daily. So this one time it didn't work out the way he thought it was going to work out, and he wasn't able to paint the narrative to people like, I don't know what I'm talking about, because he tried to say that, but it didn't work. So he stopped saying that and he got silent, because the shit that I'm saying is making sense. It's self-explanatory.
The things you got going on, the things that's established and closing out in your life, your business partners, your reach. Today, I'm on the phone, literally, like R&B's on the phone. She said, baby, do you understand the phone call you just had? And I said, what you mean? She said, I think you forget who you are and the reach you have. Like, you was just on the phone with Prince's people, and you made one phone call to get a huge artist to commit to featuring. Not only did you get them to commit to featuring, you then make another call to a clearance team, have them forward the contracts over, got them to look at it and show it's authentic. Then you turned around and made another phone call and got distribution for it.
Prince like Prince?
Yeah, Prince. Yeah, they called me.
Who's doing a song with Prince?
It's an unreleased Prince song. I got a huge artist that's featured
Blueface featuring Prince?
No, a huge artist that's gonna somebody that fits that. I wouldn't shout out to Blueface, but this is French. Like, this is
everybody could use a Prince.
And this ain't nobody signed to me, but it's the fact I can just hit my phone book and then that's what it is. What is it? Boom, boom, boom. Wack, how you feel about it? Wack, how you feel? Wack, how?
I'm sorry.
We want to give a special shout out to R&B. R&B, baby girl. Baby girl. We appreciate you. We appreciate you getting Wack to call in. Facts. Even though I know he regrets it. But we appreciate you.
Wack, how do you feel about it? Wack, how do you feel about it?
Feeling that artwork outside? We're working on it.
New security.
Yeah?
I should be your security.
You got a pack of Newports in your hand, so you got it.
It's some bullshit. But I should be your security.
Don't hide
a pack of Newports.
Be proud of your Newports.
You for real smoking Newports?
He stays smoking Newports.
He don't do that shit in front of me.
Non-filter, yo.
Look, I've never seen.
I just see the shit outside and I just.
You and Big Baby are from the same pedigree. No filters. He smokes Camels with no filters. You smoke Newports with no filters? I
never knew. Listen.
Nasty.
I would have lost that bet.
I respect it though.
Listen, look. This is some real talk, right? And I tell people this. When they hear me say, I don't gang bang, I think they not hearing me, right? Well, your homies. Well, my homies is with me. They're grown ass men. I don't call them little homies because they grown men, but they will tell you they have been around me since they've been little. And certain shit, like, he would never let me see them cigarettes because he don't want to hear. See, now I turned into big brother uncle.
start lecturing them about lung cancer.
Because my homies, yeah, they from my neighborhood, but it's deeper than from my neighborhood. It's more of a brotherhood thing, right?
Right.
So they get into it all the time. I'm in the middle of it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, him and Baby Cuban? Oh, bro, I'll be in the... But I know they not going to swing. If I'm in the middle, they're not going to swing. First of all, they ain't going to swing on each other unless one of them swing anyway. Right? But it's a different type of thing. You know what I'm...
You said if you in the middle, they not going to swing. So why didn't you stop the situation that happened outside of No Jumper? Because you could have got in the middle of it and everybody could have calmed everything down. But you didn't have that intention. You wanted this shit to go the way it went. Everybody was filming.
I'm saying, so we don't move around here looking for the gangbang. Do we come from it? Yes, we do. Right? Or we look around and we could go see 5 Crips, are we gonna know where they from? We could care less. If they say, what's up, homie, what y'all up to? What's up, homie, what y'all up to? We finna go over here, we roll into, we don't care, right? If that's what you wanna do, and Hefe, when he came up here, ask bro, he came up here with 2 of his homies. They parked across the street. We made sure bro and them got to their car. You get what I'm saying? Because ain't nothing gonna happen to bro on our watch. We don't know who know he coming up here, because you know what they gonna say? We did it. You get what I'm saying? So, and that's not our intentions, but all in all, I had to sit back. My business partners called me and they like, I've been having discussions lately like I was a kindergartner, because the things that I'm into, I have to learn. Because I never knew nothing about this type of business, but the depths of it is like crazy. So it's like, they like, listen, you gotta get the mud off for you. Stop dealing with the bottom feeders, because we over here right now. Finalized paperwork is signing in the month of May. So there's like, you gotta be this way. My liaison just came back from Hong Kong, Vietnam, and Guangzhou, China. You know what I'm saying? Because R&B's been designing the sanitary pad for Incredible.
Lou said you're going broke.
Yeah, okay, well, Luce would know. I don't have those conversations with Luce. Now, what I do,
He tried to attack the diaper business too. Said the diapers ain't moving.
That's cool.
I don't know why he would have knowledge about that. But.
He wouldn't. I mean, that's what he's saying. That's cool.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But he has a video that's like dropping.
I believe the diapers aren't moving. Wack, you want to explain everything else, but you don't want to explain anything about these diapers. Come on now. All you say is, that's cool. As much as you want to justify everything else, you don't want to justify why he would say those diapers ain't moving, and you talking about goals and coals and mines and all that kind of shit. Why would he say that? What would make him say that? That specific thing. Because this is what you've been saying. And you can't justify it.
Like right now, where he's apparently like raging out on you because you were rude to his wife.
Well, here's the thing, bro. And I got a bunch of text messages I could play with, but I'm not really tripping, because if I get to playing, it's really like he's at a disadvantage. So if he want to holler and scream, I'm gonna let him holler and scream on the phone. If he want to do that, he can do that. But when it comes to my business, respectfully, a man that came to me to help him become a name in this business, he can't tell me about my business. It's just that math don't add up. And I'm good at saying shit. Like, I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
Just to see if I'm gonna hear it again. And I would tell Luce certain shit, and what Luce didn't realize, I started hearing little bits and pieces from his little minions. Remember I told you it's a bunch of things that I was discovering? And then I would like say something to him, he'd play dumb on me, right? But it had to be you because you the only motherfucker I told that dumb ass shit to. And now I'm starting to hear it.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Wait, but okay, so that's the loose stuff. We had a situation that arose this week because Brandon, who, if you're not fully tapped into the No Jumper universe, he's the dude, the heavyset guy from Long Beach.
Yeah, I didn't know who he was.
Got into a huge argument with Suspect on the news, and that was very notable. He, on the No Jumper show on Tuesday, we can actually slip the clip in here. He had a few choice words for you.
No, listen.
You reached out to me, very much not happy about it. I said we should get a podcast going with you guys.
Well, no,
and then you
because
guys ended up getting on the phone and talking it out.
So when Wack, with his lying ass, he was like, oh, man, you know, Wack, that's a problem with older black dudes. Bro, know his ass is wrong, but he tried to overtalk you and he's wrong. Bro, remind me of my mom or my grandma. You're wrong, bro.
You just call him
He's
a
sassy as no. Bro's being sassy.
Listen,
he was being
sassy.
sassy. Listen, man, he was being sassy. Listen, he was
got
being
the content.
Listen,
We
he
got
was being
the
sassy.
content.
He was being no. I mean, even if man to man, he know he was being sassy as because you were trying to explain to him the context that he was missing, and he's like, no, this and that, and I'm like, come on, man, represent us a little better. You wrong. You're at a different point in the timeline, and you think you understand everything.
This was the thing, right? I know me, right? And I'm not taking nothing from Brick Baby, but certain things that said, if it's not an understanding before we see each other, the understanding is gonna be sought out another way, right? We all have our strengths and our weaknesses. And one of my weaknesses is I'm still kind of tapped into reacting to disrespect when it's in front of me, right? So when I called him, I'm like, bro, I don't think I know you. And they told me he was tied to, what's them dudes I like?
The viral way.
The viral way,
he's
right?
homies with them.
So when he told me he was tied to the viral way, I said, you know what? I ain't met them brothers, but I f with them brothers. Let me tone it down a little bit and try to have a conversation. I said, what's the issue? He said, Wack, the issue is, you said I got marked out in this. I said, well, you mentioned fight, the nigga jumped up to fight and used a statue. He said, well, Wack, I didn't mention fighting first. He said, Adam was trying to tell you this, but you didn't want to listen to him. I said, I kind of remember that, but I remember you taking some clickbait off the screen and you saying he don't want to fight. And when he said no, before that, he said suspect said something else. I didn't hear that. I don't know where, I forgot what he told me.
Suspect allegedly like said the N-word with the hard R.
No, I don't
and
give a
Brandon
about
asked
that.
him about it.
No, we know what
Okay,
the conversation's
all
about.
right.
But he said suspect kind of said something as far as like him wanting to fight. And then I told him, well, we don't got to go nowhere to fight. I said, well, suspect ain't no dummy. He know dealing with a guy your size in that small space is at a disadvantage. He's gonna want to go outside. He said, okay, Wack, let me put something else in front of you didn't know. I said, shoot. He said, after that podcast, if suspect was you, what would have been the energy? Oh, when the cameras went off and we went out, then I'd have been telling you, let's get it out the way, if that's the way I was feeling on camera. He said, well, I hung out 10, 15 minutes in the immediate area, and he said suspect and his buddy disappeared to the bathroom the whole time. Right? Maybe they went to two different bathrooms.
I cannot confirm or deny. I was not here.
Yeah, this is what he says.
All right.
So he says, suspect had nothing to say to me when the cameras went off. He didn't say nothing. He said, I'm waiting for him to say something. Right? So I said, well, if that's the case, then you got a point. I can't say you turned it down. I can say you was trying to be professional because you trying to get a spot in No Jumper. He said, yeah, exactly. I said, okay, I get it. I said, in that aspect, maybe I was wrong. So he said, well, Wack, I said you was sassy. I said, yeah, but you know, my world, that's like some gay shit. He said, nah, Wack, I don't hear it like that, but you know what? If you hear it like that, then I need to switch that up, clean that up, right? I said, okay, cool, you do your end, I do my end. Adam wants to do a pod. At that point, we can sit down and have a conversation. Now, out of respect to you, right, I'm not gonna tell you in this building. Yeah, set it up. He come in, we start locking up.
Right.
Then you gonna look at me like, Wack, what kind of bullshit
We don't
you
want to
on?
encourage that, yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So when I tell you, hold on, me and Dude gotta have a conversation. I'm not gonna say, well, you the one, boom, 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 because in your mind, it's just conversation. It's just content. Some things with some individuals, it's deeper than content. And when you do and say certain things, right, it's gonna bring a reaction. But we talk. I think he's a good dude. He sound like a real intelligent dude.
Yeah, he's a smart guy.
He told me, he said, Wack, I'm gonna go clean that up. I said, when I do my thing Thursday, I'm gonna make sure I clean it up and tell the back end of the story. And then we had a conversation.
Kind of awkward because him and Suspect have this whole thing going on, but I definitely see the potential in him as a podcast host.
He's like he's gonna attract a cleaner crowd.
Right, because that was one thing when I went and did the Viral Way in Long Beach, which everybody should go check that out. Me and Lush actually went down last Friday, and when we were on there, one of the criticisms that they threw my way in regards to No Jumper is they said, we feel like, yeah, you got a lot of 4Xtras, you got a lot of Crip Max. Why not have somebody who's a representative of the culture and the community who's maybe a more respectable example of that? Maybe not everybody needs to be a gang member. And I said, I agree with you. This group that is No Jumper it kind of organically grows and shrinks and occasionally.
Now, at the beginning of this live, I expressed that. At the beginning of this live, I expressed that. And I want to hear what he's going to say to justify this. I said this just a little while ago. There's plenty of people out here that have past stories of being in the gang and they could say some positive things, but they have no goal or of ever giving anyone that kind of opportunity to go to the next level from being on a platform. This shit is just ill because, you know, a lot of these people really don't want people to elevate. It's okay for these guys to get on here and fail. They don't want people to get on this platform and elevate, but it's okay for them to get on the platform and fall flat on their face.
Occasionally a limb gets cut off as time goes by, and I actually agree with that criticism. We do need more, but we have a Flacco, we have a Remo, we have quite a few people.
See,
nah, Flacco doesn't come from no experience of street anything. I don't know the guy Remo, but he doesn't seem like he has any street experience. But we hear Flacco and we know Flacco doesn't have no street experience. He doesn't have no real life situations that he's been in the street and reformed himself and able to present some positive light of why you shouldn't indulge in the street. All Flacco does is report things and let everybody know that he will cooperate with the feds. And he wishes the feds would come and interview him. Crazy. Street police RM.
Gotta say this. Until whatever your formula is working better than No Jumper, you can't question No Jumper's formula.
I don't agree with that. I think anybody can be critical of somebody else's business model or their past characters, right?
Vlad could be critical.
Sure.
Okay? Right? If what you're trying isn't working, you know what they're going to eventually do? Change it up or quit. Right? So what we understand is the flow of traffic. It don't always get everybody's attention.
Right.
The head-on collision, if you had a freeway, bro, that all people did was run into each other, you would have people with binoculars watching that side of the freeway. Believe it or not. in this world we live in, this environment, people want to see unorthodox shit.
Right.
And Crip Mac is very unorthodox. Brick Baby was very diverse and six-dimensional, right? And then with me, you can get the bullshit, you can get the intelligent shit, I'm just a jack of a lot of trades, right? With you.
But you don't go to jail, Wack. Brick Baby in jail. Crip Mac in jail. But you don't go to jail. And he's encouraging Adam to not think about bringing people on the platform that have past experience in the streets but don't want to be actively in the streets no more. He doesn't want that. You understand this, right? Because he will no longer have the same leverage if people that come from the streets, come from past gang ties, are involved with Adam, because they're going to be enlightening things on the platform that Wack 100 is doing and why you shouldn't do it. So it doesn't give him the same leverage as of when he has street people on there and he can encounter them and influence them to say things, incriminate themselves for the likeness of what his agenda is.
You're the white guy who gives that perspective, but you've been around these brothers so long, you tap into how we do things, what we do, and how we see things, and you able to cross it up and make your shit a little funner when you want to, right? With them, I think I look at them as like the conscious rapper podcasting. And not to say that's a bad thing, because a lot of our conscious rappers, they do very well. Kendrick can be considered at times J. Cole. Right?
I don't find the viral way to be anywhere near as obnoxious as most conscious rap. So I do want to shoot them some bail on that.
You saying J. Cole is obnoxious?
No, I would say J. Cole and Kendrick are like the ones who kind of like break through past
I didn't
that.
say battle rap. I said conscious rap.
I'm just saying conscious rap.
Common.
I think conscious rap.
Common is a conscious rap.
Common is.
I was a Common fan.
Common had some songs I liked over the years.
Yeah,
but for
what I'm
sure, when
saying
people
is,
find that strain of hip hop
listen,
annoying, I get it.
Let me tell you what was funny. When I watched them dealing with the Hispanics, saying what they said, right?
And now they're at it with Duno.
I said, oh. Now that side of you starting to come out. See, when dealing with this, what works for you, you keep on working what works for you. You get what I'm saying? I watched Compton Rick Rock over the last 4 or 5 years try skits, try this, dressing up, acting like a dope fiend, try the positive shit, try, hey, we're all in the same gang shit. And now he found his niche of being funny. He got that commentator shit going on.
Yeah, his content, when you click on something, it actually is pretty professional.
He's found his lane, and now his numbers are growing. Right? He didn't give up, because this is something he really wanted to do. So I'm curious to see, and I like the viral way. I think the brothers some cool dudes. I know they come from some real places. I got a lot of comrades over there from their city, and I like the direction they're going. We just got to see if the people overall are going to like it. I haven't really been monitoring their growth and what they doing, not doing. R&B likes, what's the dude, Brandon. She said Brandon's a good addition. He's a more fluent Flacco. But Flacco's been corrupt by the shit he didn't try to attach himself to but get away from.
What do you mean?
Because Flacco done been around the Negro shit, the street shit a little bit. But what makes Flacco, although he's around the understanding that he has gained about the streets, makes it even funnier when he tells you, I'm a cop caller.
Right.
Right? It's funny.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like funny. He like, yeah, because this, but me, I'm calling the cops. Right? So when Flacco does that, it kind of like, it enhances character.
Right.
Flacco a real smart dude. He got a speech impediment and all that, but No, that's part. His delivery, it would make him. If Flacco started talking like Brandon, he wouldn't be shit. We'd be like, oh, you're boring.
Wait, speaking of Flacco, did you see this video? Okay, so first there was this photo of Lena and Flacco, and now look at this.
That's AI.
Did you make it?
I did not make it. I took that photo of them together, and it popped up in the Reddit like right away. I'm gonna send you that clip right now. Yeah, that was not real. But honestly, it looks so real that it kind of made me feel like, oh shit! Like my animal brain was kind of like, why are you making out with that fool?
That's AI, bro.
I know, but I'm just like, you know, my subconscious brain kind of felt like I was watching the real thing.
Oh shit!
What are you looking at?
What is this? Oh, this is the cease and desist.
You got sent the Gigi one?
Yeah, this is.
Loose Cannon's ex-wife, Gigi.
Yeah, so this is her cease and desist. Right. So at the time, that's why I believed it.
Okay.
Now, over months and months, I'm telling him, like, yo, bro, you need to, like, get it, at least show Adam so we know you didn't bring no bullshit to the platform. So he's telling me it's coming. Then he said, well, the dude said I can't get it back till I get my drive back. I said, well, why would you send him your only drive? He like, well, now I can't come back till our contract is up, January, February. Contract is up. I'm like, yo, where's it at? Boom. Fake beef. Deal about to close. Fake beef. So I started seeing a pattern in shit, right? But until Gigi told me what she told me today, I really thought that Urban Flicks was service a cease and desist from Big U. He said, yo, Urban Flicks has got a cease and desist too. So when he told me that, this right after you got yours, right? Once he told me that, he knew I was gonna take it like it's him. I wasn't gonna question. I don't know nothing about it, Gigi, at the time.
Right.
I don't know nothing about the depths of her and the shit she knows, and she knows some shit.
The only Gigi I know is Alan.
Right? And she knows.
Wack 100 knew exactly who she was. Wack 100 was informed everything about Loose Cannon once he got next to him. He knew Loose Cannon's family. He knew where Loose Cannon came from. He knew Loose Cannon's age. He knew Loose Cannon's past relationships. They sat down with Wack 100 and briefed him all about Loose Cannon. So what he's saying now is a lie.
Oh, some shit. She told me about the dude Jerry, and I'm gonna leave that one alone.
Wait, so I heard through the rumor mill that 600 is working to potentially expose what is this information, and it apparently is not good for Loose Cannon.
I'm gonna let 600. That's 600 content. Let 600 do his work.
Should we call him?
You can call him.
I want to know because Remo was kind of talking to me about it earlier, and I wasn't 100% sure what he was trying to get at exactly.
Yeah, that's 600 gonna do his work.
Lovejoy. What do I have his number saved under? Okay, contacts. Love. Did I save him under 600? I guess I did.
That's his number. You got it?
Possibly. Maybe not. No.
600 mad as hell at me.
Wait, let me call him on your phone then, because I thought I had his number, but I guess
600 hot.
he's mad at you.
Because I would stop him from doing shit.
Right, because this next one sounds pretty.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is.
Yo, 600.
What's wrong with it?
It's Adam 22 and Wack. I heard that you're working on an expose about some impending legal issues that might be facing Loose Cannon. True or false?
Man, I didn't even hear the words you said. The word exposition. What?
I heard through the grapevine that there might be a case that you are working on exposing that involves Loose Cannon.
Oh, yeah.
Can you give me a preliminary briefing on what this is about?
Nah, the main thing is, man, it's like some defamation stuff. You know, I want to speak on it so everything is actually done with. You know, I got some very, very nice paid attorneys handling everything for me. So, you know, but real soon, probably next week, we'll get here something. I just don't want to speak on it yet.
Okay.
That's why
Got it.
I didn't say nothing, because it's his content.
Wack said that he don't want to talk about it either. Okay, well, because I went to your channel, I was looking for the YouTube video about it. I didn't see anything, but a few people know about it.
What video? What video?
No, I went to your channel looking for a video about it because somebody told me that you were working on something, and I didn't see anything. So I assume it's still in the works.
Well, see, what I do is I give out little signals at the end of my videos, so you can't just look at the title or watch the beginning.
Oh, okay.
So people who told you about it, they're either watching my live or watching some of my long videos.
Got it. Okay. Well, that sounds exciting.
Yeah, let's get it, man.
I mean, you took Big U down, and I guess Loose Cannon's next, huh? You're gonna
This nigga crazy.
everybody getting 600 years.
Why y'all saying like?
Well,
This thing. As far as me taking Big U down, me and Wack took his name down. Whatever he got going on legally, me and Wack ain't got nothing to do with that. It says that in the indictment. We ain't got nothing to do with that. He brought himself down before his name, his credibility. Yeah, we smashed that.
no, yeah. Saying you took him down is an exaggeration.
That's correct.
You publicized what was going to happen a couple weeks before it actually happened.
Loose Cannon, he crossed the line, so now he got this fit of wrath.
Damn.
That's
All
all I'm gonna say.
right. Appreciate you, man.
So, from what I get from that is, he's gonna do some legal actions against Loose Cannon for defamation. So, I guess, you know, that's how they're gonna try to get at Loose Cannon bag, by using 600 to go at him, I guess civilly. Wack 100 is a dirtbag, man, and you see how he operates.
Yo, so yeah, you know, he used to be mad at me. And what crazy is, I used to like 6 take it down, then I look up, lose, go back at him. But you know, I'm gonna be real. Like I really like R&B got on me. She like, hey, don't do all that, because you yourself call yourself helping him. If he want to do that, then let him do what he gonna do. You know the shit he talking about is some bullshit anyway. A lot of shit you fed him was bullshit to see if it was gonna come back. You know what your situation is. You know what the hell's going on with your business. So, right, don't feed into it. And then my business partners called me and said, hey, he ain't got no voice for what we doing. Let's stay focused on what we doing.
Wait, who ain't got no voice?
See, he ain't got no voice for what we doing. You got to think about it. I'm literally, you never seen Danielson, Mr. Miyagi fight with Danielson. You get what I'm saying? So if I do that right, I'm letting him know he qualified to step on the stage with me, which I was trying to build him to that, right? And he really don't qualify to step on the stage. So all I could do is sit back, let things happen, and people will read about it and see about it. And you know, it's more than one way to skin a cat. You know, some people can fight you on YouTube, which fighting somebody on YouTube who you really don't f with, it really ain't fighting them, it's helping them.
Right.
Right, we know how that go.
And it's like, okay, if you have an op and that op is potentially going to get hit with a bunch of really nasty charges that might take them off the street for a couple decades, yeah, you could reveal it in advance and get some social media attention as a result.
I don't need it.
But also then everybody's going to be kind of talking about you like the way that they've been talking about 600, which is basically calling them a fed and a cop, whatever.
You can't call 600 no fed and no cop. How?
Right. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but there's been a lot of people suggesting that regardless, just because the optics are like, oh, Big U's telling the world that 600 and Wack got him caught up. Even though it doesn't make any sense, there is some percentage of people that are going to hear that and be like, oh shit, they got him caught up.
But do you know what happened with him in court?
I heard a little bit about
The
it.
DA stood up in his last court hearing,
Uh-huh.
and it's in his paperwork, 26 pager,
Right.
and said, on his way to turn himself in, he said the opponents, 600, Wack 100, are dealing with the feds, and this all got something to do with them, right? Even then, he is manipulating and trying to bring harm to people because this is a lie. We have had no dealings with these men at all, and he know that will put a target on their back, right? And
That
what-
must have felt good.
if he, with what he was saying was true, then that AUSA, whatever they call them, wouldn't have said that, right? But if you read the documentation, the paperwork, there's nothing about any of his charges that have anything to do with us. Like 600 said, yeah, we took his name down. We attacked his name in a way it has never been attacked. Ever been attacked. I had somebody call me from the feds today. No, not from the feds. He been to the feds, did 23 years. I'm rolling 60s, a G. He said, Wack, everybody in the feds know about that grid paperwork. They want to see it. He said, part of his showing his paperwork is to show the breakdown of that grid paperwork. If it reads what I know I'm just reading, it's going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, we got the word out there. And even right now, I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Man, that man 58 years old. They talking about he looking at 600 years.
Eesh.
You know what I'm saying? So,
I mean, a lot of people have been suggesting that we might never see Loose Cannon back on the streets again, or at least they might end up doing 10 plus years at the very least.
I'm going to say this.
Let's hear Wack on this one.
From what I now know, don't count Loose Cannon out. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him back on the street this month.
Are you saying that because you're suggesting that he's innocent, or because you think that he's going to tell on somebody?
Listen, I'm just telling you from what I know. Don't be surprised if you see him on the street this month.
Now I gotta say this, right? Wack 100 knows Loose Cannon ain't getting out. That there was a play. He understands that Loose Cannon has told him a lot of shit that he's relayed back to the feds, reporting to the front desk, right? And he just wants to spin the people with that. Loose Cannon has a no jumper indictment that is on the way. He has violations of probation. He has things that he has to answer to. 3 different legal situations. Wack knows Loose Cannon ain't getting out no time soon. That's just a play that, you know, he's trying to spin the narrative so that people don't look at him as the rat.
But what we do know is this. Brick Baby's trial date got pushed back to October, right?
That's crazy.
Okay. We can go find the minute orders to everybody's case. We don't know when Loose Cannon's next court date is. For whatever reason, I don't know. But don't count him out. I wouldn't be surprised if he's good and free the month of May.
Really? Wow. I hope so. That'd be great. I seen Academics did a podcast with Gigi. Or not podcast, but she
Last
called into
night.
the stream. Did you listen to it?
Yeah, I listened to it. Well, no, I went to sleep.
Anything new exposed?
I put them online together.
Okay. Anything new exposed, you think? Or is it more of the same?
Gigi got some shit over there, bro. And about a week and a half ago, I was trying to be a brother to this dude and tell your significant other to bag off of her. Gigi has some shit. You don't want them problems. Okay? And in so many words, let's just say you got a guy, right, that likes to record everything.
I know a guy like that.
Okay? And let's say this guy calls himself putting his player hand down, right? And he goes to the chick and say, yo, give me an iPhone. And the chick says, okay, I'll go get you an iPhone. She gets him an iPhone and she gives it to him. this guy takes his iPhone and he does what he does with it, right? Whatever he's doing, whatever it may be, he records it, saves it, whatever, right? But let's just say this chick is a little slick and smart enough to tie your iPhone to her iCloud.
Right.
So everything you do, where is it going?
She's got it on her computer and whatnot
And you
as well.
can't claim it's not hers because it's under her account. Gigi shared some things with me, some things I wish she wouldn't have shared. And I still say today, tell your significant other to leave her alone. Because it's bad enough you got the situation. Gigi sitting on situations. If you pay attention to her little edits and see what she's putting in there, she's showing you one of the things she for sure has. So he should really bag up off of her. And it ain't even, I would just stop talking about her if I was him. He doesn't know what she has, because I don't think he knew that his phone was tied to her iCloud that's on her account. But the math he can do is whatever you know that you recorded and kept record of, she has it.
Oh, wow. That could be bad.
Oh. Bad work.
I mean, do you want to watch? Because the people are texting me saying that this new video that they put out about you is definitely worth watching. Should we actually react to it right now?
I don't give a put it up.
All right, here we go.
All rights to the contents posted on this YouTube channel, including videos, images, and audio, are reserved solely to the owners.
Don't claim me, Sharice.
To hear the...
Already got a recording.
Okay, so at the end of the day, it's like a lot of people speaking on my name because they know I'm in here. You get what I'm saying? I know damn sure with all the lies and stuff like that they coming out with, talking about the people and all that. Like, they can't find out one statement with me, right? And second of all, another thing is he gets mad because I asked him about CS2 back, right? Third thing is I'd be mad if somebody got a bigger light than you, more popping name, more bitches on the street. You know what I'm saying? Like, but now I'm gonna peel back every single layer about the goofy. You get what I'm saying? Like, you know you a buster when you have to literally wait until somebody go to jail to pop it. But when I was on the streets with them and I'm calling them all out for fades and I'm gonna beat them up and do this and do that, nobody was saying anything. They was quiet. And when I go to come to jail, they had the courage and I'm locked up. That's some buster shit. You get what I'm saying? Then they want to attack a woman, my wife or whatever like that. Even if you was wrong, it's gonna always be right to me. That's what a real man does, because you are my wife. We took vows together.
Nigga crazy.
So the goofiness they talking about is all stems because he's mad because Dirk don't f with him. You get what I'm saying?
Did he say
when
Dirk?
he did,
I assume he's now maybe talking about Brick.
No, he said Dirk.
Yeah, Dirk don't fuck with him, but I assume he's not talking.
Adam know he talking about Dirk. And Adam played this video, you know, because it was identifying that Loose Cannon was saying he would do something to Wack. Boy, oh boy.
Talking
Well, me
about
and
you,
Brick
because
ain't-
why the hell would you care if Dirk didn't f with you or whatever? That sounds more like he's talking about Brick.
Dirk thing or whatever like that, all the energy changed. You know what I'm saying? Like, Dirk never did an interview or anything like that with nobody since he been locked up. But me having that much power or whatever, and he's looking out and he a good dude, he did it for me. You get what I'm saying? But I think that, man, when we talk about stuff like that, they would try to lie and put smut on you and to say all types of other things because they have really nothing to say. I'd be mad too.
Baby, you know, the thing about it is, right, my interview and conversation with academics wasn't even pertaining that specific individual. And it just sucks that things got taken out of context. It sucks that things were taken in a negative way opposed to a joke, because, you know, people can joke and do things, but others can't. I just don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just, you know, I'm tired of the nonsense. It doesn't warrant a threat to where I lay my head or a threat to where my businesses are. It doesn't warrant none of that. Now, when we get to there, then I'm sorry, all gloves are off now, because it's like you want people to respect you, but you don't know how to be respectful. And I'm trying, you know, people saying I need to stay in a woman's place. I understand all of that. But when you didn't do anything wrong and someone is just
Yo, bro,
coming
hold
at
on.
you.
Stop that for a minute. She don't think calling a man a bitch is doing something wrong.
Right, because that's why you were annoyed with her in the first place.
She said I was a nigga's mistress. And then she said it was troll. That ain't no motherfucking trolling. What the... I don't understand. But first of all, you're on a platform that I opened up for you. Let's start there.
Right.
And then you go on there for whatever reason. I don't know what the fuck I got to do with y'all conversation and say I'm his mistress. But for him to say, even if you wrong, you right? Nah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, if my woman's wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah. We can't just baby women and act like they're in the right no matter what. And if my girl says something wrong, and he knows that too, because when we were on the phone and she started talking shit, he told her, hey, be quiet.
Not only that, I told her 10, 15 times, hey, listen, you doing shit is disrespectful. You gonna start some shit. I told her this. I said, ain't nobody gonna win. You got a fresh baby over there.
Right.
Your man ain't motherfucking Terminator. He like everybody else walking around here. Right? On any given day. Every dog have his day. This is a fact, right? So I'm like, I don't understand why you keep picking and doing shit and saying shit. So for you to say you can't find nowhere where I'm on the internet trolling his wife, calling her motherfucking, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
No, that ain't what I do. We don't got that. I don't got that kind of relationship with my woman to do that. She can call me bald head. She's not gonna call me a bitch.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? I don't care what he's saying. And all that tough acting, overdoing the shit. I don't know what the Dirk is. He said he got power because he got Dirk. Dirk got on the phone to talk academics. If that's power, cool, him and academics. I'm pretty sure Dirk said his phone, this is his family. You on there with that, cool. What do I care that you got Dirk on the phone to I mean, I know Dirk in real life. Right. You know, bro in jail. Like, why would I trip that? Like, I'm not. See, he got to understand the shit that he's trying to gain. Been there, done that, gone, and it's there if I needed to utilize it just with a phone call, right?
Yeah.
I'm not, there's a whole lot I know about Dirk's situation because I'm tied to people that's very close to Dirk. But I don't.
He knows everything about everybody. He said he knows a lot about Dirk's situation because he's tied to people that's tied to Dirk. But you gonna make us believe that you don't know anything about Loose Cannon? You never knew anything about Loose Cannon? Come on, man. Shit ain't adding up there. You knew everything. You was instructed of everything you did.
But then again, this is what he's doing before he went to jail when he tried to make up the fake problem. Right. Y'all caught it. Y'all like, yo, bro, what did you know what I'm saying? What are you talking about?
Which Okay, in Trablo Ross's Big U documentary, which I know that you watched because you wanted something edited out of it, but that he basically put forth a narrative that Loose Cannon was mad at you, not because of denying that his house got swatted by the feds or whatever, but because he felt like you and Loose Cannon were getting too close to exposing something that was ultimately going to really have negative repercussions for him.
Well, what Trap Lord Ross don't understand, and it's crazy to understand it because I know he reads paperwork. He does these great documentaries. If you're reading the paperwork, right, you'll see where the two task force started. It was two task force, one specifically for Rolling 60s. This is where you got all those other dudes in there that got nothing to do with Big U, right? That they part of the Rolling 60 task force. Called niggas selling guns, selling dope, whatever they called them doing. Had nothing to do with Big U. And then you had the Big U Enterprise Task Force. So if Trap Lord's really paying attention to what he's reading, you will see whenever an investigation starts, it has to conclude, has to end, right? Now, all being 600 knew about was...
You knew when the investigation ended. This is when you publicly told the world Big U's DNA was under the fingernails. You knew the investigation was up, everything was complete, the job was done, the feds was about to move in. This is why you started to act the way you acted. And everybody could see it, man.
The grid program, and we thought it was some fraud shit going on, right? Which I spoke on here. He got pissed off at one of the ex-NFL player, right? But we didn't really know. He wasn't hiding that because he was telling people around the neighborhood he might have to go do 3-4 years. Big U wasn't even hiding that, right? None of us knew nothing about the taco lady, the murder. Now, Brick had mentioned it, but we didn't know what he was talking about. A body in Vegas, we don't know what he's talking about. And the extortion. I don't even think, now, Big U knew about the taco lady. It's in the paperwork. He knew about the murder. It's in the paperwork because they came and served a warrant to draw his blood, and, you know, his wife is calling and he's calling. He knew about whatever fraudulent charges he had coming on. I don't think he knew about the extortion because it says up until March 14th, 15th, he was still collecting the extortion money, right? So again, we don't know about the full scope. We don't know that it's a Rolling 60 task force and a Big U. The closest we do about a Big U Rico is Brick Baby telling 600 this in June, which you've been hearing me say for a while now, right? So for him to say, and I don't believe Luce knew.
You knew, Wack. You knew about the Rico. You knew about the whole investigation. You knew Luce was the game. He was the game that you was playing for the feds. You knew everything, Wack. You acted as if you didn't know nothing. You just lost. But I guarantee you, we can go look back somewhere and Wack will be saying, I knew everything was about to happen. I felt it. All lies, man.
When you're reading the paperwork, out of all the guys in there, he's the only one, only a part of one situation. The other guys are intertwined in the club shit, the extortion shit, this, that. I don't think he knew about the other stuff. So for Trap Lord to say, I think Luce was getting nervous about, he's not gonna get nervous about something that even he don't know is coming. Now, from stories he's told me, which I don't know if it's true or not, He did say he was arrested 2024 sometime, right? Which me and 600 didn't believe, because when we called his significant other, or she told us, I'm like, all right, what's his information? So she gives us the information. So I had a team go search to see where he at. We thinking he got a bail. We don't know. Allegedly, it's the feds. We have no idea. She just said they pulled up in the gas station, they raided, snatched him, searched the car, tore the car up, and boom, right? So I'm like, damn, we can't find him nowhere. I wait an hour or two. Can't find him. 600 said, man, give me that information. Let me send it to his brother. His brother was out. 600 know his brother. I ain't never met his brother. He said, hey, bro, is this loose real information? He says, hell no. That ain't his real date of birth. That ain't how he spelled his name. And that's not his ID number. His brother knows Luce's ID number by heart. So he gives us all the real shit. We run it. Still nothing come up. Now, this happens a day before Sabine is supposed to close out. It's like one of the earlier times it started happening before I caught on. Next morning, we get a call, right? She's allegedly driving back to Vegas, whatever. We get a call at 9 o'clock the next morning. They just let Luce out. He's out. I said, where he at? San Diego. I said, San Diego? I thought the nigga got arrested in LA. Yeah, the feds took him to San Diego. Right? I said, all right, but shit, I'm gonna send him a black car. She said, no, his partner gonna drive from Riverside to come get him. I said, that don't make sense. That's a 100-yard run to come down and go up. He can already be up, right? He said, no. He said his homie is already on the way. I don't think nothing of it. I'm telling myself, check the system. So we go check San Diego, right? Nothing's there. So now let's fast forward to now. Everybody arrested. When he gets on the phone with me, he tells me it's about a dispensary. Big U telling. That's what he tell me. I said, dispensary, Big U telling. He like, yeah, man, some shit happened at the dispensary. Big U telling, we mentioned Monster. At the time, I'm not putting Monster together with Dale, right? So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. We get to October. He calls me on the phone with Dale. Him and Dale's talking. He trying to get Dale to say Big U told on him. Dale say, at the time, we don't know that Dale was victim. What Dale wired, we don't know. Right. And what's crazy, them phone calls, I'm pretty sure they got because Dale's on his phone. Lou say, Wack, get the content. I'm just listening. So they talking about the whole ordeal. So I'm like, I'm listening. Boom. March comes. This is when the shit gets weird. If the feds pick you up in Los Angeles, they not gonna drive you to motherfucking San Diego to talk about a case.
Over 2 hours.
To talk about a case, 140 miles. To talk about a case that's obviously LA based. Why? Yeah. Because everybody that got picked up in March went to MDC LA. Nobody went to San Diego.
Right.
So now I'm sitting back and I'm saying, what? We couldn't find you nowhere in the system. I heard you on the phone with this dude talking freely about all kind of shit. And I'm thinking, now that we looking at the paperwork, the police really got it. They got everything, because what y'all was talking about on that phone is everything. And if Dale was still wired giving Big U federal extortion money, then his phone damn sure wired on wherever he's calling. Right? So now the things I do know, when I keep hearing I'm about to get out, I'm finna get out, even though you getting multiple denials, right? Based upon pending cases and this, that, and other shit are potentially gonna pop up. And the conversation I know you had with victim one, who you in fact are in there for, the depth you went in, the things you said about Big U, who you are the Big U. on this man's phone to this man. There's no way, bro, that can happen.
Okay.
When we done, I'm gonna let you hear it. It's no way possible. But the call I got a week and a half ago about what motherfucker wanted, why they wanted it, you know, we gonna kick it off a little bit. I get a call from his significant other saying, he said, Big U trying to pin a murder on him. I said, what? He said, yeah, he said something about Money Mike. I said, I ain't got nothing to do with Loose Cannon.
Yeah, who's Money Mike?
This dude got unalive, right? I said, that has nothing to do with Loose Cannon. Why would Big U do that, right? She said, I don't know, but he says you may have access to a video that can help him show it wasn't him, right? I said, I think I know somebody that may have that video. Let me make a call, right? So I make the call. I get the video. I'm not thinking nothing of it. I sent it over to her, right? Because in my head, I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. Big U finna like pin something on this dude that ain't him. So 2-3 days go by. I ask her, I said, hey, did they try to pin the murder on Loose? And I said, well, how did Big U tell him this? She says, well, they was down there to get their blood drawn and ran into each other. And Big U said, that's why I'm gonna put Money Mike's body on you, right? So I'm like, that don't even make sense. So 2-3 days go by, another 2-3 days. I said, yo, did they charge him with it? And she says, no, not yet. And then after that, I started to hear, I'm about to get out.
Do you hear Wack talk, man? Wack told them people everything that Loose Cannon said to him. And Wack playing dumb right now. I can see a superseding indictment coming, and Wack's gonna start changing his story about something. He's gonna start changing his story about something. And it's like he's pre-warning us about what is about to happen, but he's doing that old Wack shit as if he doesn't know, but in all actuality, he knows.
That's where the red flag was waved. I'm like, you about to murder on him. I said, what? He said, yeah, he said something about Money Mike. I'm gonna let you hear it. It's no way possible. But the call I got a week and a half ago about what motherfucker wanted, why they wanted it, you know, we gonna kick it off a little bit. I get a call from his significant other saying, he said, Big U trying to pin a murder on him. I said, what? He said, yeah, he said something about Money Mike. I said, I ain't got nothing to do with Loose Cannon.
Yeah, who's Money Mike?
This dude got unalive, right? I said, that has nothing to do with Loose Cannon. Why would Big U do that, right? She said, I don't know, but he says you may have access to a video that can help him show it wasn't him, right? I said, I think I know somebody that may have that video. Let me make a call, right? So I make the call. I get the video. I'm not thinking nothing of it. I sent it over to her, right? Because in my head, I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. Big U finna like pin something on this dude that ain't him. So 2-3 days go by. I ask her, I said, hey, did they try to pin the murder on Loose? And I said, well, how did Big U tell him this? She says, well, they was down there to get their blood drawn and ran into each other. And Big U said, that's why I'm gonna put Money Mike's body on you, right? So I'm like, that don't even make sense. So 2-3 days go by, another 2-3 days. I said, yo, did they charge him with it? And she says, no, not yet. And then after that, I started to hear, I'm about to get out.
Do y'all hear Wack, man? Do y'all hear Wack? Wack knows that this platform is where he took loose cannon to incriminate himself. This platform is where plenty of evidence is being used in this RICO indictment. This platform is where evidence has been gathered for what happened outside of No Jumper. And he goes on this platform and starts to talk about this situation, a homicide, but he's playing dumb as if he doesn't know that something major is about to come. And when I sit back and look at this now, if they charge Loose Cannon with this homicide, Money Mike, that there lets me understand why Wack 100 made sure to the T that he did what he did to get Loose Cannon caught up, because there was a homicide involved with this RICO, extortion. This is life. Now, if you look at that, right? I want you to look at this now. Big U facing life. Loose Cannon, if charged with a homicide, facing life. He did a hell of a job by getting both of his ops permanently removed from freedom by operating the way that he's operating. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, share this video.
That's where the red flag was waved. I'm like, you about to get out.
So you're suggesting,
Hey, bro, when it comes to the feds, it's only one thing make a move. Bodies,
right?
right? It's the only thing make a move.
Well, they pursue other crimes as well.
No,
not
you're
much.
talking about, you want to get out, shit, it's bodies. So now,
Oh, okay, in that regard, yeah.
look,
When it comes to the feds, only one thing make a move. This is coming from Wack 100 now. Is bodies. I just said that if they charge Loose Cannon with a homicide, that there definitely highlights some shit. And I'm just being real about that one. And for him to come out with it this way, right? Pay attention to this. He highlighted the homicide with Big U. He went hard about that. He wanted everybody to know about the homicide that Big U was looking at. Now, he's playing dumb, but lining Loose Cannon's name up to a homicide and then trying to say Big U is going to implicate him in this homicide.
that's the video. You can press it if you want to. You'll see what's on it. Yeah, you gonna see it. It's gonna happen.
Looks like a carjacking.
No, bullshit. Pay attention.
Possibly a murder.
It's unalive, right?
Yeah. Whoa.
Now this video, this ain't no motherfucking
That was this my guy.
yeah, that's Money Mike that got unalive, right? So this video been floating, right? So nobody in there is loose. So if you look, watch it, I'm gonna show you the word. So if you look at it, you're gonna read it. You'll read why I sent it. Go top on the bottom, I sent it.
You see, he has records of everything. He's a
right. You see, I'm like, I don't know
keeper.
why Big you would do him like that. Look at what she's telling me. She threw me off when she asked would I testify. Like, hold on, pump the brakes. I wasn't there for that. This video been floating. Shit, it ain't nothing exclusive.
But so you're not saying that Loose Cannon took care of this dude?
No.
You're saying that
Loose had nothing to do with that.
People are trying to put this on him?
No.
Big U specifically?
No, he said that.
Okay.
He had his girl call me a week or something ago and tell me, Wack, you look at it. You reading the shit.
Appreciate the super chat, Highway Runner. Yes, Wack knew about the investigation. Those recordings were orchestrated through Wack to line Big U up to look like extortion. Wack keeps saying he knows everyone personally involved. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little complicated, but
No, it ain't. Makes no sense. That wasn't nobody from 60s that did that. I hope shit's solid. It makes no sense. That's what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
No idea. When he calls, I'll call you back.
Uh-huh.
I said, unless old boy playing dirty, right? She said, who? I said, useless, because she telling me Big, Luce said Big U say he gonna put that on him, right? You see what she says?
Yeah, she said this just keeps getting worse and worse.
Do you think he's trying to what?
Set up Cannon.
Right? I said, ain't no telling. And then she hits me with that whopper.
If it comes down to it, are you willing to make a statement to vouch for that? I'm going to mention this to the attorney. Or if you can, is there someone else that can? This is just so wild. Whoever did this in the video, did they ever get caught?
Right? I tell her, from what my understanding is, it's an open case, a cold case. Right? So I'm sitting there saying, damn, that's fucked up. Why would dude put that on Loose? Like, now I'm concerned. I'm like, yeah, I went and made a couple calls. I said, yo, you remember that video I was floating around? They like, yeah, I got it. They sent it. I sent it over here to her. So after a couple days, 3-4 days go by, I'm like, yo, did they charge you? The exposures is on the thing, checking the system. Ain't no murder popping up. And then a couple days after that, he starts saying, I'm gonna be home soon. So now I'm scratching my head like, well, the judge denied your bond. In the court, they said they're about to bring other charges on top of what's denying your bond. She calls me and tells me, you said Big U trying to put this on you. Do you have that video? Can you get it for him? I get it. You see, she's sending it to the attorney. Okay, so now I'm like, okay, well, did they charge you with it? Did they charge you with it? No. So now only Big U would know if he has said, I'm gonna put this case on you, which doesn't make sense. Is going back to the lying shit that we used to hear, the manipulation, right? So now I gotta ask myself, why else would you want that video to that unsolved case? And then what would motivate you to start saying, although you don't have a court date, that you're about to get out?
So you think he might be working?
No, I'm just saying, it just, when you do the math, 600 is doing his due diligence because, again, I had to call around to find this. He just knew I could call around and find it. Shit ain't exclusive. It was floating when it happened. If I tell you, Adam, hey, bro, you got that whoop, they trying to hit me with a case. And you look up and see I never get the case, but I'm in a situation when I'm not supposed to be out and I end up and I'm out. You're going to scratch your head about that. And one thing we understand about the feds is that if you want any favor from them, give them a body.
You got to come with them bodies.
I don't believe personally, I could be wrong, that he ran into Big U by giving blood and Big U screamed out, I'm gonna put Money Mike's murder on you. I don't believe that.
That seems unlikely.
It doesn't make sense.
Big U, if he was planning on doing that, would for sure keep it close to his chest, right?
Yeah, because
what's the point of letting him know what your
not
whole
only
game plan
that,
is?
you have to, like, when you're doing that, if you get a Fed some wrong information, that don't work for you. That work against you.
Right.
And Luce ain't had nothing to do with that shit at all. Like, you like, yo, boom, boom, boom.
Hold up, I fucked that up.
And what's crazy, them phone calls, I'm pretty sure they got because Dale's on his phone. Luce say on this dude, it ain't him. So 2-3 days go by. I asked her, I said, hey, did they try to pin the murder on Luce? No idea. When he calls, I'll call you back. Bro, you look at it, you reading the shit. Right?
Yeah. Whoa.
Now this video, this ain't no motherfucking
That was this Mike guy.
Yeah, that's Money Mike that got on the live, right? So, bro, you got that whoop. They trying to hit me with a case. And you look up and see I never get the case, but I'm in a situation when I'm not supposed to be out and I end up and I'm out. You're gonna scratch your head about that. And one thing we understand about the feds is that if you want any favor from them, give them a body.
You gotta come with them bodies.
I don't believe personally, I could be wrong, that he ran in the Big U.
RM. Facts. Adam is definitely assisting.
By giving blood, and Big U screamed out, I'm gonna put Money Mike's murder on you. I don't believe that.
That seems unlikely.
It doesn't make sense.
Big U, if he was planning on doing that, would for sure keep it close to his chest, right?
Yeah, because
what's the point of letting him know what your
not
whole
only
game plan
that,
is?
you have to, like, when you're doing that, if you get a Fed some wrong information, that don't work for you. That work against you.
Right.
And Luce ain't had nothing to do with that shit at all. Like, nothing to do with that. So when she hit me, I'm like, wait, what? Like, yeah, he's trying to put this on him, and he said you could go find a video to get it to the attorney to help clearing. So
you don't have a phone while you're in jail, so how else are you going to get a digital asset to the investigators besides through the attorney?
Right? So I make some calls, boom, boom. Yo, you remember that video? Like, yeah, we got it. They sent it. I sent it over to him. Now I'm in a position of being concerned. So I'm thinking, I said, damn, that's fucked up, man. They finna hit this nigga with a murder. This shit getting worse and worse. After 3-4 days go by, and I'm asking, like, yo, did they? No, she got to, like, dummying up on me and shit. I'm like, damn, okay. And then I said, yo, how did he run into him? They not in the same, I said, they're not even in the same area. Like, let's knock that shit off. How did he run into him for him to say that to him? Oh, he was going to get his blood drawn. And they ran into each other. I don't know, maybe they did, maybe it didn't make sense. But nevertheless, when they both start saying he's about to get out soon, I'm asking myself how. There hasn't been a change in his situation. Actually, they're saying they're coming with another case. Eddie Boy called Jay Reed, and Jay Reed told him he did give a statement, right? And the other dude gave a statement too. So now at that point, it came up in his court that we do have statements and charges will be pressed for that, right? So this is another reason why they said we don't want to let him go. So for you to start saying 5-6 days after this been given to you based upon trying to assist you in proving your innocence, all of a sudden,
this guy acts like he didn't have no involvement in the situation outside of No Jumper. He act like he wasn't there and that he didn't bring the watch back. He acts like he's just excluded from the whole situation. That shit is ill.
I make some calls, boom, boom. Yo, you remember that video? Like, yeah, we got it. They sent it. I sent it over to him. Now I'm in a position of being concerned. So I'm thinking, I said, damn, that's fucked up, man. They finna hit this nigga with a murder. This shit getting worse and worse. After 3-4 days go by, and I'm asking, like, yo, did they? No, she got to, like, dummying up on me and shit. I'm like, damn, okay. And then I said, yo, how did he run into him? They not in the same, I said, they're not even in the same area. Like, let's knock that shit off. How did he run into him for him to say that to him? Oh, he was going to get his blood drawn. And they ran into each other. I don't know, maybe they did, maybe it didn't make sense. But nevertheless, when they both start saying he's about to get out soon, I'm asking myself how. There hasn't been a change in his situation. Actually, they're saying they're coming with another case. Eddie Boy called Jay Reed, and Jay Reed told him he did give a statement, right? And the other dude gave a statement too. So now at that point, it came up in his court that we do have statements and charges will be pressed for that, right?
You can check that video with Jay Reed calling in to SBGB TV, and Jay Reed let it be known, man, Wack 100 is a liar. So he was there. He knew what was going on. And Wack said whatever's going to happen is going to happen. In that situation outside of No Jumper, he kicked Loose Cannon's foot and it took off.
So this is another reason why they said we don't want to let him go. So for you to start saying 5-6 days after this been given to you based upon trying to assist you in proving your innocence, all of a sudden you coming home, I mean, I'm just doing the math. You know what I'm saying? I mean, now he's still in there. So at this point in time, we can't say it. But if he was to just pop up, yeah, it's going to be a mystery. And I know what's on my phone. I know what the text say. And there's more to that. He probably don't know. She's texting me some shit. And I do know, respectfully, a lot of shit she don't know what not to do. She does it on the innocent side. But like, bro, I'm calling a spade a spade. So I had already made my decision that the distance had to be put between. You notice he can't call me directly.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying?
You don't pick up, or he just doesn't try?
I'm not registered. I think you gotta like kind of do something.
Oh yeah.
But I don't want to do that. If she calls me, she calls me. She happened to be on the phone.
Right.
Cool. We had a conversation. This is why I really wasn't into doing that. Because my legal, who I've consulted, has advised me that they've looked into a few things and they said it's not a lot we want to say to you, but we will say to you as our client to put some distance between you and that situation. And then Gigi hit me with some other shit the other day, and then Molly Mall hit me with some other shit, and they ain't talked to each other in 5-6 years, and the thing they hit me with scared the shit out of me, not because I got some things to worry about, but because the clothing that these motherfucking wolves is in is crazy.
You listen to these lies. Listen to the lies. Now the feds done told him, you better not put nothing on his books. You better not definitely be close to him and acting like you're assisting him while this situation is going on. But he try and make us believe that his lawyers said, distance yourself.
You know, it's a...
You think you're going to get charged with the alley fight as well?
Well, from what they said in court, yes.
Right.
From what Eddie Boy says, the conversation he had, with Jay Reed, he's saying they gave statements, you know what I'm saying, on him. And from what Travis Ford told me, Jay Reed's phone records is dangerous.
Really?
Now, I'm just going to show you something. Don't even say nothing. Just read that white text to yourself.
Got everything.
Yeah,
documented.
Don't say shit. You can hit the video if you want, and you can see the interaction. So you understand who she's saying that is, right?
And he's just hanging out playing dominoes with this guy?
Listen, Marley Marl calls and tells me, hey, bro, I got love for you. I was hanging with the dude. Boom, 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 bam. I didn't believe it. Once he heard certain people on the internet, he said, you don't believe me? Hit her up, see if she gonna keep it real. And you see what she sent me.
Yeah.
Right? So this is after, right? So this is after. I'm like, all the other shit I just told you just happened, and they hit me with that, and I'm looking at that, I'm looking at the video, I'm looking at who that is. Hey, listen, bro. Hey, look, bro, he right, he win. I don't want no problems, my nigga. I'm cool.
Wow.
Yo, now, Adam, I ain't capping. You reading this shit. You looking at this shit.
I mean, why would Gigi lie?
Listen, Gigi,
She got to work.
Gigi and Marley are two different places.
Right.
And for him to tell me, I'm like, come on, bro. He's like, bro, old girl been on the internet. If you talking to her, ask her. Watch what she tell you. He tried to whoop with him, and I declined it. I asked her, she's like, yeah, he did. Tried, and he declined it. So Marley's straight on that. That's why when they saying what they saying, bro, he didn't, you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot he don't know. That's why, look, this shit is coming from her his motherfucking iCloud, bro.
But
like he ain't got
she
no.
sent you whatever she got off the iCloud?
Bro, like
that's got to be some bombshell shit.
She sent me everything to show they in fact were super tight. That's Gigi. Pay attention to it. She's sending me everything to show like, yo, this is what that was. So
this is Gigi and Molly Mall hanging out.
Why?
Looks like a while ago. No.
That's all of them, right? But watch this. Let me show you what else she said to me.
Happier times. Everybody's smiling, having a good old time.
Listen, let me show you what else she said. You gonna run into some shit. You see some things that we use to do transactions. See, all these things is in her cloud. Amongst other things.
Okay.
She ain't playing, bro. She said, Wack, this is like a grain of sand, but I'm just gonna let you know I'm serious. But that shit he talking about, here he go, this is what he look like, boom, 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 boom. At that point, I'm cool. He got that, bro. Hey, look, listen, world, Loose Cannon won. I'm cool.
Yeah, we all cool.
Yo, I'm cool.
Sheesh.
You feel what I'm saying?
It's not an enemy you want to have.
Nah, you got that, homie.
Damn.
Yeah.
My whole world just got rocked.
Yeah, because I'm showing you.
The eagle eyes out there can put it together.
Hey, listen, I don't give a fuck who put it together. I'm cool.
I'm sure that 600 will be having a field day.
I'm sure he probably will too.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go put my kid to bed. Another great episode.
What's up? Is that a New York shirt? Because they say bloody.
No, this is my friend Jesse from MTV Jesse, formerly of the Nelk Boys. He's the other guy who's got the Bloody Sunday clothing line, which you're.
Yeah. We see that there now. Wack say he got all the info now. Wack say he got all the info. I tell you there. Yeah. Wack is definitely a certified snake. Certified. SBGB TV, a live call-in show. We live. KO is good.
What's good, man?
What's going on with you?
Sitting out here listening to the ocean and listening to the shit blow in. How you trying to turn this story?
Yeah, he trying to spin it, ain't he?
That motherfucker trying to write a narrative. Like, oh, you win. No, motherfucker. They on his ass, too. So you disassociating yourself and not from the work.
You know, he trying to.
Remember I told you, that motherfuckers steal your phone all day. But they cannot get rid of no motherfucking phone records. Now he want to bring up Jay Reed got some shit in no phone records. Yeah, he said that first. You motherfucker told me to come up here.
Yeah.
So Lucy, your guy, hey, communicate with this nigga. We already know that they've been knowing each other, one another, because the Jay Reed and Dale phone conversation come out. And Wack said that happened way back in October.
Yeah.
So motherfuckers, hey, as they said, put two and two together. This shit can add up in a minute.
Yeah. And I'm sure.
And now he trying to manipulate G. Now you trying to throw her a bag, man.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
He trying to put her in a trick bag. She got that motherfucking loaded clip and she can let that bitch ride.
Yeah. You know, Wack is always trying to do something slick, so you gotta watch it.
But he said, you know, see, that Clubhouse shit got out. That's when you go back to the original shit. How did the clip get out? You got it out, put it on Clubhouse. Hey, send that to you. Hey, man, this is what we do to a motherfucker. Come up there to no jumper playing if you want to. Yeah, me and my team. Now it's his team and my team. Hell no. Y'all is one. You said when you still back, motherfucker know you get cracking.
Yeah.
Who said it? He was on the same original call on Clubhouse. And they laughed about this shit. And hey, well, Wack said make an example. So he started the example. Now this shit backfired. Oh, they like, oh shit. Shit.
Yeah. Now he acting like he ain't know nothing and he ain't got nothing to do with it, but you know, you bragged about it right after it happened and said this would happen when they come looking for you.
It would happen when you hang with a bunch of motherfuckers that got diarrhea.
Yeah. He gonna have to answer to it.
I operate in a world where self don't tell them.
But you know, these dudes, man, all they trying to do is, you know, get people caught up in situations. And, you know, Wack, that's his job, man. Wack got a job to do this shit. And he does this shit where people don't understand it until it's too late.
Did you just realize what you just played when Wack explained to me, you can't get it fed fake information. You know, motherfucker, you is real crap.
Of course. You know what I'm saying? You know, I've been saying that shit. I said, man, if you lie to him, everything's off the table. Wack is honest with the feds. He lies to the public, but he's honest to the feds.
Yeah, he probably had him, hey, morning briefing every morning. Like Sharice said, R&B said he up arguing early in the morning. She probably thinking they had him put about this, explaining this. Look, no, I'm going to spit it in when they like, look, motherfucker, you did what you did. Ask these questions.
Yeah.
You can't fool me with the game, but they gonna lock me in. I'll be back on the other side in a couple more days.
All right. Hey, yo, that you should have that in a couple days, too. It should be there probably in the next 3 days.
All right. Keep rocking, man. Keep me on the business.
All right. I appreciate you, brother.
All right.
If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. Yeah. That little clip there, man. Let's play that little part back, man. That little part there when he talks about the no jumper situation. Yeah. Wack swear he ain't gonna have no involvement in this right here.
When they both start saying he's about to get out soon, I'm asking myself how. There hasn't been a change in his situation. Actually, they're saying they're coming with another case. Eddie Boy called Jay Reed, and Jay Reed told him he did give a statement, right? And the other dude gave a statement too. So now at that point, it came up in his court that we do have statements and charges will be pressed for that, right? So this is another reason why they said we don't want to let him go. So for you to start saying 5-6 days after this been given to you based upon trying to assist you in proving your innocence, all of a sudden you coming home, I mean, I'm just doing the math. You know what I'm saying? I mean, now he's still in there. So at this point in time, we can't say it. But if he was to just pop up, yeah, it's going to be a mystery. And I know what's on my phone. I know what the text say. And there's more to that. He probably don't know. She's texting me some shit. And I do know, respectfully, a lot of shit she don't know what not to do. She does it on the innocent side. But like, bro, I'm calling a spade a spade. So I had already made my decision that the distance had to be put between. You notice he can't call me directly. You know what I'm saying?
You don't pick up, or he just doesn't try?
I'm not registered. I think you gotta like kind of do something.
Oh yeah.
But I don't want to do that. If she calls me, she calls me. She happened to be on the phone.
Right.
Cool. We had a conversation. This is why I really wasn't into doing that, because my legal, who I've consulted, has advised me that they've looked into a few things and they said it's not a lot we want to say to you, but we will say to you as our client to put some distance between you and that situation. And then Gigi hit me with some other shit the other day, and then Molly Mall hit me with some other shit, and they ain't talked to each other in 5-6 years.
Did he say that they looked into it and there's not a lot they want to say to him, but just keep your distance? I gotta play that little part back, because I'm gonna play that little part back.
You know what I'm saying?
You don't pick up, or he just doesn't try?
I'm not registered. I think you gotta like kind of do something.
Oh yeah.
But I don't want to do that. If she calls me, she calls me. She happened to be on the phone.
Right.
Cool. We had a conversation. This is why I really wasn't into doing that, because my legal, who I've consulted, has advised me that they've looked into a few things and they said it's not a lot we want to say to you, but we will say to you as our client to put some distance between you and that situation. And then Gigi hit me with some other shit the other day, and then Molly Mall hit me with some other shit, and they ain't talked to each other in 5-6 years. And the thing they hit me with scared the shit out of me, not because I got some things to worry about, but because the clothing that these motherfucking wolves is in is crazy. You know, it's a...
You think you're gonna get charged with the alley fight as well?
Well, from what they said in court, yes.
Right.
From what Eddie Boy says, a conversation he had, with Jay Reed, he's saying they gave statements, you know what I'm saying, on him. And from what Travis Ford told me, Jay Reed's phone records is dangerous.
Really?
Now I'm just gonna show you something. Don't even say nothing. Just read that white text to yourself. Yeah, don't say shit. You can hit the video if you want, and you can see the interaction. So you understand who she's saying that is, right?
And he's just hanging out playing dominoes with this guy?
Listen, Molly Mall calls and tells me, hey, bro, I got love for you. I was hanging with the dude. Boom, 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 bam. I didn't believe it. Once he heard certain people on the internet, he said, you don't believe me? Hit her up, see if she gonna keep it real. And you see what she sent me.
Yeah.
Right? So this is after, right? So this is after I'm like, all the other shit I just told you just happened, and they hit me with that, and I'm looking at that, I'm looking at the video, I'm looking at who that is. Hey, listen, bro. Hey, look, bro, he right, he win. I don't want no problems, my nigga. I'm cool.
Wow.
Yo, now Adam, I ain't capping. You reading this shit. You looking at this shit.
I mean, why would Gigi lie?
Listen, Gigi,
She got the work.
Gigi and Molly are two different places.
Right.
And for him to tell me, I'm like, come on, bro. He like, bro, old girl been on the internet. If you talking to her, ask her. Watch what she tell you.
And that shit that Wack 100 is talking about, I got it. You know, and when I just listen to Wack, boy, oh boy, it's like a kid in a candy store when he got that information. You know, that information that Wack is talking about, I got the shit. And boy, oh boy, he's like a kid in a candy store by having some evidence against Luce to try to make himself acting as if he's not involved with what happened at No Jumper, because Luce has done other things that he's recorded as crimes and more shit. Dude is, definitely a character, man. Straight up, definitely a character.
He tried to whoop with him, and I declined it. I asked her, she's like, yeah, he did. Tried, and he declined it. So Molly's straight on that. That's why when they saying what they saying, bro, he didn't, you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot he don't know. That's why, look, this shit is coming from her his motherfucking iCloud, bro.
But
like he ain't got
she
no.
sent you whatever she got off the iCloud,
bro. Like
that's got to be some bombshell
bro,
shit.
She sent me everything to show they in fact were super tight. That's Gigi. Pay attention to it. She's sending me everything to show like, yo, this is what that was. So
this is Gigi and Molly Mall hanging out.
Why?
Looks like a while ago. No,
that's all of them, right? But watch this. Let me show you what else she said to me.
Happier times. Everybody's smiling, having a good old time.
Listen,
Okay.
Let me show you what else she said. You gonna run into some shit. You see some things that we use to do transactions. See, all these things is in her cloud. Amongst other things.
Okay.
It's Molly.
She ain't
Mall.
playing, bro. She
And,
said, Wack, this is like a grain of sand, but I'm just gonna let you know I'm serious. But that shit he talking about, here he go, this is what he looked like, boom, 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 boom. At that point, I'm cool. He got that, bro. Listen, world, Loose Cannon won.
It's some shit like
I'm cool.
Loose Cannon.
Yeah, we all cool.
Yo, I'm cool.
Sheesh. That's
You
not
feel what I'm saying?
It's not an enemy you want to have.
Nah, you got that on me.
Somebody in the house.
Damn.
Yeah.
My whole world just got rocked.
Yeah, because I'm showing you.
The eagle eyes out there can put it together.
Hey, listen, I don't give a fuck who put it together. I'm cool.
Chat, run.
I'm sure that 600 will be having a field day.
I'm sure he probably will too.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go put my kid to bed. Another great episode.
What's up? Is that a New York shirt? Because they say bloody.
No, this is my friend Jesse from MT.
We definitely know that, man. We definitely know that, man. Yeah. Like, man. Wack is somebody you gotta watch out for. And that's a fact. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. And share this video. Let me see here. Hold up, y'all. Hit that like button and share this video. Let me see. Hit that like button and share this video. I'm trying to. Yeah. Boy, hey, Wack he feeling good about that one, I tell you that. He got some information. You know, one of those type of people, man. Let me see here. Let me see here. Alright. Let me see here. Alright, man. You know, I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Alright, man. I want y'all to check out my guy, KRMTA 818 APDMAK. This here is his Linktree account, where it's though Instagram, Spotify, and X.com, TikTok, all of his accounts for his music. You know, he's doing a music thing, and the brother is doing a type of music where as though he's not doing a lot of vulgar cussing, but you know, good music. Go check out his music. Apple Music, Instagram, Spotify, and his Linktree is right here. KRMTA 818 APDMAK on Linktree. Go check out his music and see what it's hitting for. The brother's doing music, and he's getting heavy, consistent at it. And you know, he want the people to see what it's hitting for. KRMTA 818 APDMAK. He's on X.com, Instagram, Spotify, and this is his Linktree account. So you can look him up on Linktree, KRMTA 818 APDMAK. Yeah. Yeah. He said your kids, your grandparents can listen without cringing. Check that brother out. And you know, I want to let y'all hear this as well. You know, I appreciate all y'all rocking with me. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. You know, I appreciate all of y'all. Let me let y'all hear. We're going to hear this right here. Yeah, let's run through this right here. Appreciate all y'all. I am definitely going to get me some rest, because I didn't get no rest after I got off the live yesterday. When I got off the live, I had some shit I had to do. I had to run around, and y'all know I ain't missing no lives, but I gotta get some rest after this one. But I'm gonna let y'all check this one out. Hit that subscribe button. Appreciate you. Hit that like button if y'all can. Let's get the likes up. I really appreciate it. And let's run through this content real quick, and we're gonna react to it. Appreciate y'all though. Let me see here.
Hey, baby. Hey, let you guys back out?
Yeah.
Well, the live went up. It went up.
It did?
Man, oh,
that's
it did. You know, were you giving me the permission to go off on Wack? You know I did, right?
Of course.
You know I did. I didn't hold nothing back, and I kind of did hold some things back, but you know we're not gonna give them all to them just yet, you know. But yeah, it's gonna go up. They couldn't really hear you very well, so I want you to record what you were saying and the things like that, so that I can post it for the next video. And I'm gonna try to see about figuring out how to connect the mic to the computer, so moving forward, next call it'd be nice and clear. Okay?
Yeah, no, definitely, especially if Dirk calling in.
Okay. So you want to talk to them and tell them what you were saying when you were on the live?
Yeah. So basically, is what I was saying is like when somebody do it while somebody in jail and try to attack and do certain things where they thinking that I'm at my lowest point, that's not true, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a coward move. When somebody's sitting there smutting, talking about somebody is telling and doing all this other stuff with no paperwork, that's a lie, right? Second of all is they can't find me on no wiretaps, they can't find me on no text messages, they can't find me on no phone calls, nothing. Because why? Because I don't fuck with big uniform, aka big unisex, big useless. I don't fuck with him. So at the end of the day, it's like this. They can't find nothing on it. These whacking them bubble butt make a whole nother situation talking about somebody's telling Tekashi 6ix9ine he's doing Tekashi 6ix9ine. I'm doing Tekashi 6ix9ine when you mess with Tekashi 6ix9ine. You mess with rats.
But we all know you knew he was cool with Tekashi 6ix9ine, and you still embraced him. You said Wacker mess with rats, but I don't condone it, but that's his business. Make some sense right there.
With this person, that person that's been telling. You mess with CEOs of labels that's been telling. So how is somebody is doing that? That's what you do. You turn a blind eye when it comes down to people that can help you. But you trying to put smut on me because I'm in jail, because you mad because I asked you about the CS2 back. Why is people in here that was on that case that came back to jail telling me about the same thing, saying it was you? Then the next thing about it is, it's like you keep saying stuff about my woman, but you don't want me to bring up the truth about yours. Everything that I've been saying to you is the truth. That's why people is calling your phone, Sharice, begging for me not to put it out. So at the end of the day, I think he should just really understand that we know his type of character. I've been knew it. That's why I'm always 10 steps ahead of somebody.
Yeah, he tried to act like he knew when he was playing you, baby. He tried to make it seem like he was waiting and he was plotting against you and all this stuff, and he was playing. He oh my God, what was the word?
No, but you know that's the thing that he have to do to try to clean it up, but it's not.
Yeah, he's like he told R&B to call you. He knows everything you guys. No, he doesn't.
No, he don't. Listen, R&B wouldn't be calling you 1,000 times and sending you text messages.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is he have to learn that.
This call is from a federal prison.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He have to stay in a woman's place, because when you're dealing with a real man, somebody that's a stand-up dude, you know how I play. And he wanted to make it seem like that to clean up his relationship, because no other woman gonna want him but R&B. So he have to say that, because he's gonna look like a fool.
And the sad thing is, he uses her to try to get women, because he uses her as like a sex icon or a sex toy to make people try to think that they're so freaky and they're so this, when this man got a whole micro pee-pee. Like, what are you talking about right now?
And then the crazy part about it is, like, he's not realizing, like, all the stuff that he do or whatever is cowardly. He never wanted to run into nobody. He hides behind a computer and he gets minions, and he try to talk well to make people feel like he got this and that. He has nothing. I'm making him money. I made him likable. So now let me go and get certain people that Luce was dealing with or whatever like that, and get underneath them. But creeps don't like him.
Yeah.
Even Robin them don't like him. They just deal with him because he promised them, we're going to be out of here with the diaper deal. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Bro.
And the sad thing is he's just using them, you know, just like he's using Cash Rules, he's using Gizzy, he's using all of them as pawns, and they don't even realize it. It's sad. It's really sad.
Yeah, it is, but at the end of the day, it's his game. But he know he made his match.
Yeah.
It's over with for him.
Yeah. And Reggie Wright was in that live. Reggie Wright was trying to correct him, like, you don't mean that, right? You don't mean you're gonna blow up. You mean, he's like, no, fuck that. And then, he was trying to help him by correcting. You don't mean that. But yeah, you did throw a threat there, Wack. You threw a threat, and your boys was trying to fix it, and you were just so in your feelings.
No, but listen,
so butthurt.
It's all over the Little Dirk thing.
I know.
Hey, Wack, you better watch out. You know, she talking about going to them people about that threat. You know, you got a history of that, though. With Aaron the plumber, you sent the threat. He said the feds reached out. You got a history of this, Wack. If she go to them people, it ain't looking good.
Oh.
You have to understand this too. He's talking about third party snitching with Tammy and Big Meech and going strong and doing all this other stuff, but that's what he's doing with R&B.
Mm-hmm.
He having R&B go to the court building and doing all this other stuff. I thought you don't do that, sweetie, but you do.
Mm-hmm.
See, things that you say and all the other stuff like that, you just know I'm the truth, I'm the real deal, and I know too much.
And ain't no, I'm not the one. I don't say I do. I say I'm a civilian. I'll do that. My husband won't say Sharice will never do that. No, Sharice will. I'm not from the streets. My husband understands that 100%. I don't fake that funk. Sorry.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's like we ain't gonna allow people to sit there and say that, and I might not agree with my wife do or anything like that, but she's gonna always be right in the public's eye.
Yeah, I mean, can't say that. You know, we know Luce definitely don't got a full deck, because when somebody's wrong, you definitely gotta let them know they're wrong, because they'll continue to do wrong shit if you agree with it. So we know that deck is short. Him saying something like that.
When we get off the phone or something like that, and we have a private moment or whatever, I would tell her about herself. But to everybody else in this world, she's gonna always be right. It don't matter what y'all say.
See, my husband will never publicly disrespect me like you do.
No.
At all. Never.
Loose Cannon gonna be sick when she slide and she need that attention and she want that hug and she want that nookie hit from the back and he can't do it. He gonna be sick when she stop answering that phone.
Never.
No, so that's the whole thing. You see, he can't even say certain things about R&B with the conversation and stuff like that, because we always been on like FaceTime calls and certain things like that. When dealing with phone calls, or he be driving to LA, like R&B. He means well and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, she have no outlet to get her frustrations out. I don't probably blame her, because she's dealing with conniving, self-centered, like loser. He's broke. Everybody thinking he got money and stuff like that. He's a professional middleman. He don't do no.
Now y'all know I said this yesterday. Yeah. I told everybody he's a broker. You know what I'm saying? I told everybody Wack is a broker. And you know, to hear Lou saying this now, when I hear him and Wack talk now, being as though that they're at odds with each other, they damn near saying the shit that I've been saying. And that's a fact.
Business by himself is always middling man something. You get what I'm saying? He's not a boss.
I bet you that diaper company is not even really his. He's just trying to swindle on that shit too.
Yeah, no, he's trying to do things talking about the diaper company, the mines, and the things. Like, no, if they won't, it don't take too long. It don't take years to do a contract. It started in Barbados. Then the Congo, this and that. Zachariah already been telling people like he getting over on Wack. Wack put in probably like $200K on that deal. It's nothing. It's not gonna happen. It's over with, buddy. He been used. They seen the lollipop and they licked it. You a sucker. That's it.
Ooh, did you just say they seen a lollipop and they licked it? You a sucker. That's a bar right there, baby. That's bars.
Yeah, but I love you, and then I'll talk to you later.
All right, my love. I love you too. Mwah.
Yeah. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. You know, I appreciate all y'all. Yeah, we're going to run through this other content as well. We're about to run through this other content. Let me see here. You know, I appreciate all y'all. Facts. Let me see here. Hold up. Hold up. Yeah. Y'all see we go in. We gonna make sure we get this live in. Rain, sleet, snow, or hail. Facts. Let me see. Hold up. Rain, sleet, snow, or hail. We getting this live in. Let me see. Let me see here. Let me play this right here. Alright, let me see here. Let's run through this here, y'all.
Records everything he does. She got broke. She got all his text messages, videos, every crime, every fraudulent crime, fake ID, everything he took pictures of and recorded goes to her phone because he's on her iCloud and didn't know it.
Right. So there's that answer for y'all for yesterday who was speculating. That's what happened.
That's why she said, you keep with me, you're going to get 100 years.
That's right.
She got everything, bro. I told her, stop sending me this shit. I don't want to see nothing.
Miss Mary.
You know it's too much for G. Homie be like, I'm straight. I don't even.
right, Grumpy, right.
Sending me this shit. I heard that.
Records everything he does, bro. Everything.
Oh, so he's just a well-rounded idiot.
Bro. I tell you. I said, gee, she said, he records it. I'm not there when he's doing these things. He'll come home. I'll be like, how's your night? What'd you do? He'll tell me a bunch of shit not knowing. I just didn't watch you record this. Send it.
Wack could tell you everything he had a conversation with somebody about, word for word, detail. Like, there's nothing personal and private with Wack. Nothing.
3-4 different people, but everything he does, it's like when you on iCloud, you got WhatsApp, Bumpy.
Yep, I got.
Anything a nigga send your WhatsApp automatically goes on your phone. If I sent you some pictures to your WhatsApp right now, it's gonna automatically be in your library on your phone without you even knowing it's over there.
I didn't even know that right now. I just downloaded that shit for some other shit.
Yeah,
So
automatic download. Yeah.
All the, like, whatever. Look, you don't even gotta open it up. As soon as I send it, it's going to your library. So whenever recorded anything, his library was her library because it's on her iCloud.
stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is stupid. Because for you to be signed into someone else's iCloud, you have to know their, passkey. And somewhere, somehow, I'm sure there was I don't know my password. Help me find my password. And
She listen,
she
bro.
just signed into her shit.
Listen. And I told him about a month ago, I said, hey, tell your girl.
Hold up. Yeah, let me see. Hold up. Now they want to act up. Now they want to act up. Now they want to act up. Let me see. Hold up. Let me get the chat back. Hold on. I got to get the chat back up there. I don't know what happened. You know, it's always something going on. I think the computer did that. Hold up. We're going to get it back up. Give me 1 second. Internet might have went down. You know that's how it be. When things get to going good, it's always something. Hold up. Let me get the chat back up there. Alright, there we go. You know when things get to rocking, something always happen, don't it? That's just how the game go. But they run the table. I appreciate you gifting those memberships. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it happens. Here we back. I don't know if the internet went out or what. But you know it's like that. Y'all know it's like that. Hold on, we back. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Let's get the likes up. Get the likes up. I don't know what happened, but hit that like button. Always something.
God damn. Trick bag.
Yeah, I trick bagged you.
Block.
In MDC, can't nobody go visit you but your children, your mama, your daddy, or your wife.
Yeah.
You think this bitch went down there with a camera and going in there to visit? Come on, man. She know why she can't go down there. Then on No Jumper, I wasn't paying the bitch no attention. She tried to clean it up with the... Well, I went and filed a restraining order and put his name on it. No, I got the paperwork. He took the stand and swore it in there. That's a lie. So, I don't know. I think he fell for the possum and shit because I was quiet. And he ran it a little bit.
Wack know damn well we didn't put that paperwork up there. He acting like it's something new. We done put the paperwork up there. We got the paperwork. We put that up there several times. But he act like it's something new. I've been saying that. You know, we was informed that the man testified on the behalf of Sharice against his wife, Gigi. We put that up there, you know. Wack act like he got some new info. Like a kid in the candy store.
I just want you to use up some of your energy. What Muhammad Ali called it, the rope-a-dope.
Yep.
I think he did that on George Foreman, didn't he? That was a rope-a-dope.
Damn sure did. Shit.
Let George Foreman get tired out, then he gave him that blow. For sure. It was a wrap after that.
Mm-hmm. Now she getting drunk going live. This shit is amazing. I really got her now. She getting drunk going on live. They don't know we got a screen record happening every time they go live because she's going to get emotional when she's drunk and say shit she shouldn't say. And then you wait about 30 minutes, you go back and watch it and they edit it out. But it's too late. We already got it.
So, Wack, let me ask you, did you, because I was around, you know what I'm saying, around y'all a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I was at the boxing match, I was, no jumper, all that. You know what I'm saying?
You was where?
I was with Luce and y'all, you know what I'm saying? Boxing match, academics.
Okay, let me ask you something. If you was at the boxing match.
Yeah, I was there.
Okay. You see where I was standing?
Yeah, I remember you bought the pizzas for everybody in the section.
I say, you seen I stood in that same corner the whole night, right?
Yeah, you was, not bothering nobody.
Slow down. Did you notice there was certain people that never left from around me?
That's a fact.
Those people don't do too much talking. You probably never seen them on social media or nothing, right?
I mean, I know one of them. So that's a fact. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Okay. Well, understand, just because people are there, don't mean I'm with them.
That's a fact. I seen that firsthand. Yeah. Real strategic.
Now, did you pay attention to the parking lot across the street?
Nigga, I was there. I was in there. Good job.
You noticed some people all stayed in the parking lot?
Right. I'm not saying too much. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anybody that know me, they know how I move. Right? So, even that night, he tried to line me up. I didn't let it happen. You know what the lineup was?
You talking about before we walked in or after we left?
When we got in.
Yeah.
You know what the lineup was? The lineup was Bosco.
Kimberly.
If you was over there, what didn't I let happen?
You didn't let us get on Bosco. Bosco had.
I continue to say don't nobody touch Bosco, right?
Yeah. We was deep.
I also said he gonna wake up in the morning and dish and say everybody's a bitch, right?
Yep.
So you made sure nobody touched Bosco, but you ain't make sure nobody touched Jay Reed and Marciano. Come on now, Wack. You always lying. SBGB TV, live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from. What's going on, my brother?
Man, peace. I've called in before. I just want to say this, man. I'm going to hop off. I want to commend you for the work you've been doing because you've done this for a long time. I just want to speak on the Wack 100 situation. This thing with Loose Cannon, I think that, the 48 Laws of Power says, in victory, know how far to go. And, for a while, man, Wack 100 had a lot of mixed support. You had a lot of real dudes like, man, skip Wack. But then some people were still siding with him. I think this Loose Cannon situation is the beginning of the end for the brother because you can't literally be in tour with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, even Hitler had alliances. I think that, the brother's going to meet his demise very soon. I don't wish for that. I think it's a lot of good in all of us. But, I just can't see. Like, I'm from Chicago, and to see him kind of throwing a dude he was standing next to under the bus in regards to the brother Lil Durk, who I know personally, I just think that that's kind of, it's creating a situation between two legendary street organizations. And if them brothers come together and see, it's crazy, man. I think that I don't see the brother Wack 100 making it out of this situation. I'm not wishing nothing on nobody. I don't think he's a ignorant individual in the sense of how he could think about things and his perspicacity and stuff. But bro, this is it's a bad look, man. It's a bad look that we outreach uncharted territory where you got two street organizations, a very prominent one in Chicago. And I'm not talking about necessarily Lil Durk, I'm talking about the root of it all. And obviously, the Black Disciples in Chicago and the Crips in LA. And you kind of creating a narrative where they gonna do each other in. These are the two biggest cities in America. or in the top 3 cities in America, and you got, these are big organizations with a lot of people and very notable members, and you saying that these two about to sell each other out for the white man. And you kind of, man, look, him and the brother 600 is what, this is ugly, man. It's ugly. It stinks. It's terrible. I appreciate you for the work you're doing, brother. But I'll be honest with you, man. I cannot see this situation benefiting anybody when you dealing with these movements that incorporate these large amounts of people, and this watershed moment with this case, and you kind of toying with people publicly. It's just nasty work, man. So I'm gonna get off the phone, brother, and listen. I appreciate you for your relentless sacrifice and everything you're doing to keep our people awake. Peace, brother.
Appreciate you calling in, brother.
All right.
That's Wack's whole motive, to make sure that he, creates confusion and turns people against each other while he sits back and, laugh about it, report you, make sure the feds indict you.
Do you see the lineup in Bosco? Do you understand how that would have been a lineup?
I overstood. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking you. Do you understand how that would have been a lineup?
Because they would have blamed you.
Bosco from Queen Street Bloods.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you called in from. What's going on, my guy?
Hey, look here. I forgot to tell you something last night, man. I'm gonna jug at you. I would like to see, if you can get it done, a video of that boy doing a Rubik's Cube. He say he gonna make the yellow on yellow. I want to see the video. It can't be no slick shit now. I don't want to see no slick shit. And I notice he be throwing paper at you. I bet you, I bet 40 horses got 40 asses. And I might not have the paper, but I do bet 40 horses got 40 asses. So, bet 10,000. No, I want to see a video with you fooling with the Rubik's Cubes and the 48 laws of power and all of this here. You be telling them people, man. I want to see that, man. You just can't tell me no anything, man. And see, I can flip the Rubik's Cube. I can put the yellow with the yellow and the red. Okay, well, you make a whole bunch of videos on the internet. Make one for me, cause I don't make videos. And easy. Man, you down for your crown, man. Stay down.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
You know who this is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I holler.
Yes, sir. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Share this video.
it don't matter what he doing. Ain't no round table politics that say OG is supposed to allow the opposition to do that to a Damu. If I would allow that to happen, shit would have rolled downhill and that would have turned on me. He knew that. But what I told him is, don't nobody touch Bosco. They thought they was gonna get him. That was the whole plan. I got right and good and in there, and hey, don't nobody touch Bosco.
Yeah.
Every time he thought he can, I block it. I looked at
Bosco did leave.
So, again, why didn't you stop the situation at no jumper? See, 1 minute, Wack is saying that he's not getting in the middle of situations. And then the next minute, he's saying he super savior. I saved this. I stopped this. I didn't allow this. But then 1 minute, you saying that you can't stop it. So this situation outside of no jumper, you saying you ain't had nothing to do with it and you couldn't stop it. But you could stop something somewhere else with the same individual. Nah, Wack. Hey, run the table. Appreciate you gifting those memberships too. You know, it froze up on us when you delivered those memberships, man. I don't know what happened, but I appreciate you gifting those memberships. You know how I get, man. Shit get crazy.
I looked and told my homies that was with me in front of them, hey, y'all make sure it don't know about the Bosco. So now at that time, it's been established what? If they move, we move. For Bosco. Or you don't touch Bosco. Yeah. See, the inner plot was get that off.
So he's saying he was willing to go at Loose if somebody do something to Bosco. If they move, we move. Come on, hold up. How the hell does that sound? But you allowed this shit to happen at No Jumper, but acting like you had nothing to do with it. That shit don't even sound right, man.
And then make it look like Wack let a group of that do that.
Right.
Wasn't gonna happen.
Right. I feel you. Yeah, you was a real nigga, dog.
You would save Bosco, but you wouldn't stop anything happening from the person that you said you called about this contract, the person that you went to a business meeting with about this contract, but you ain't even doing no business with Bosco. You worried about whatever's going to happen behind it, but it ain't no business there. So the business that you supposed to have with Dosh Network really didn't exist, because if you had business there, you would have stopped it from going anywhere, because you wouldn't have wanted to fuck with your money. If we being real. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from. You said you calling from Alabama? From Montgomery. What's going on with you, brother? You said how I get him on the phone. He called in. What's going on, my guy? Hey, I appreciate you calling in, my brother. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
But he said, ain't nobody pay attention to that.
Yeah, Brick Baby got indicted around the same time as Dirk.
Yeah, same month, 5 days apart. Why you think that happened?
You know, it might be some connection. You never know, man, because they said that Brick Baby probably dropped a dime on him.
That's how I'm thinking. Like, why didn't everybody else got indicted on a different day? They got indicted at the beginning of the year. Brick Baby indictment came out for a case that he had 3 years ago on the same day that on 5 days after Lil Durk got indicted. Lil Durk got indicted on the 19th. Brick Baby got indicted on the 24th. But they ain't come pick him up until like, what that was, March.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Wack, you see he trying to pin a murder on loose now. Money Mike.
Yeah, Wack. Yeah, Wack definitely trying to put a situation on loose, but acting like he not.
Then I respect you because you see how Wack made academic just shut up, man. Adam, shut up. But you gonna talk your shit. You on his ass like booty hell. Then yeah, man, that shit crazy. He got academic that posted the video clip of the murder on his private on Instagram. On academic private Instagram.
Yes,
he don't want nobody to talk about it, but you got academic to post it. What type of game he playing?
You know he playing.
Orchestrating a lot of shit if you pay attention.
Yeah, he definitely trying to, control the narrative. That's why he go to Adam, Vlad, and academics.
He made a friend with the top media heads.
Yeah.
And run whatever narrative he wanted to. Then he talked about Big U murder before it came out, but he don't want nobody to talk about the Money Mike. He acting like he don't want nobody to talk about the Money Mike, but I think he really do. He trying to pin a murder on loose or somebody.
Yeah. So
and another thing, Wack know too much. I think he was there when Big U supposedly did something to that boy. You know why? Why Wack conveniently fall out with Big U right after that shit happened? He just started going at Big U in 2021. In 2021, when that boy, they said something happened to him, Wack started going at Big U. But nobody ain't know the real reason. He acting like it about some music contracts. But we know it ain't about no damn music contracts.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
I appreciate you too, man. Opie, hey, keep your eyes on, man. You gonna see what I'm saying. Just pay close attention. You be on the money, but you missing just a little bit. Some shit be passing just a little bit because you be.
I appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate you.
I was just saying, like, I was there, you know what I'm saying? Wack made sure everything was straight. Nigga even bought pizzas for everybody in the section and shit.
When I got in there, I see a bunch of women and kids.
Yeah.
Bro, y'all ain't got no catering trucks or nothing. These people that been in here. Everybody looking around. I said, ain't nobody, y'all hungry? They like, hell yeah. So I called the pizza people. I told them, I said, shit, send me like, I don't know, 50, 60 pizzas over here.
Yep. That nigga brought that shit and shared it with everybody. And I'm like, this nigga Wack. You know, the perception, the public perception of Wack is not we see him in person, man.
No, I don't be, bro. I'm for the people. I don't be just beef with people. And
yeah,
bro, if you was there, you.
Wack said he for the people. He don't just beef with people. All we see is confusion around you, beef, destruction, and you always in the middle of something. You always creating some shit. Another lie.
I stopped some shit before we went in.
Wack, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying too much, but yeah, I was there before when the shit happened outside. I was in there when you was about to, you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
yo, Bumpy.
I'm right here, OG.
So, before we go in, the shit get weird in the street with the Creek boy, right?
Yeah.
With somebody from Blue Side, right? From some IE type shit, right?
Right. Okay, right.
I get in the middle of it. Nephew would tell you, I literally get in the front of the nigga.
This ain't happening here, yeah. Like,
I get in front of it. I get in front of it. Hey, Creep, you stand right there. Hey, homie, Wack, that nigga, yeah, that's cool. He with me. And the nigga wasn't with him, so they with me. Y'all can't do that. Deal with that shit another time. Right? I didn't even let the homie start moving because I know what was going on, what I'm seeing, what's already out, and I know if they gonna react. I get out there in the middle of the street, put that up.
Appreciate the super chat. Run Wild Pieces. Laugh out loud. He probably was extorting the pizza spot. you know there's some crazy shit that he's sitting here saying how he stopped Loose on multiple occasions. But no jumper, you had no ability to stop him. And this is where you're contracted at. This is where you do business at. This is supposedly your spot of business. But you ain't care about stopping Loose there. And you had a contract on the table that was signed 6 weeks ago. But you want us to believe that you ain't had nothing to do with it? Nah.
Right. But you know the crazy part about it, Bumpy?
Talk to me, OG.
I did it for, went bad.
Ooh, you don't, man.
He let him get him.
That's crazy.
He let him get him. I just told him the other day, I know. I said, I'm only telling you because if I don't tell you, then I'm going to plot on you. And if I'm going to plot on you, it's going to end bad, and I don't want to do that to you, so I raise you. But what I am going to do is cut you off. Don't come around me. Bring my medallion, go your way.
Oh, shit.
I said, you thought I didn't know? I knew.
Damn. What? What the... Y'all not even hearing what I'm hearing. No way. That nigga just dropped an exclusive on. Hey, Red, but listen, I picked it up. Listen, I picked something up when you just said you said the boy. You feel me? You laced it or something. That nigga said, bring back my medallion. Listen, you to the medallion, bro. He called this nigga the creep boy, bro.
Yeah, I tried to call a nigga the other day. The homies was upset with me. They was mad, boy. They was mad. They didn't talk to me for the rest of the night. They was upset. Why you just didn't let him come around? He didn't know what was going on. I said, y'all didn't know what was going on. Well, we just heard it. I said, yeah, you heard it because I let you hear it. While he was asleep, didn't none of y'all know. I'm the only one knew. So the creep nigga say, but Wack, why you just putting it on me? Yo, you ready for this, Bumpy?
Man, what?
Look what he do. Why you just putting it on me? I wasn't the only one. No. I said, yeah, you was the only one. Nah, Wack, I don't want to put it out there, but I said, creep. Cuban Rob went over there and told him, fuck me. I don't do nothing for him. He went with him. I said, are you talking about him? He was doing what I told him to do. Did I tell you to do that? You see the difference? Is that who you referring to? All because dude told him that, you went that way. Well, he's doing what he's instructed to do. Can you tell me why you did what you did? Somebody instruct you to do that? That nigga looked. He said, well, why didn't you tell me? I said, for the same reason why you just snaked. Weirdo, I'm going to tell you what I got going on over here.
That's brazen.
He said, well, Wack, how'd you find out? I said, I got the dummy emotional. I've been getting him emotional. I told my woman, I said, let me get him super emotional. Expose all kind of shit. When a nigga ain't got nothing to say, he gonna say the shit he shouldn't say. And you know what he said, Bumpy?
What'd he say?
You think I don't know about the conversations in your group chat? The homie said, Wack, we always wondered why you got two group chats. One group chat we all in, and another group chat it's only
Appreciate
one
that super
nigga
chat.
in. I said, yeah, we talk about certain.
Run the table. You said every nigga on there talking is in the one bedroom. They all in the one bedroom.
Things and the one that the certain person ain't in, and all the wide open shit, we put him in there, right? Yeah, I made him feel like he was one of the guys. I said, creep, who's the only guy could have told him about the group chat? Man, bitch ass nigga threw me under the bus. I said, no, nigga, you stood in front of the bus. I said, but creep, you got love. because I didn't have to say anything.
Man, I can't even believe I can't listen. I can't even fathom that I'm hearing this
Hey,
right
niggas know how to self-sabotage their asses. I tell you that, because that nigga was
Bro, let's tell niggas all the time.
Everywhere.
I tell niggas all the time, if you with me and you got any intentions on doing something slick, please just go the other way.
Right.
You ain't never heard me tell it, get in line. Been trying this shit all my life since Moby Dick was a goldfish. You understand what I'm saying?
The goldfish, goddamn.
Niggas have tried it all. But when you come with the tactic, when you come through my door, I'm automatically looking at you like you ain't right. And some of the shit you might not be right about may be fixable or correctable. It may not be too detrimental, not that serious. But if it's some shit in you that just ain't right, I'm gonna detect it. Bumpy done been around me, he'd tell you, will be there without being there, and while he there, ain't nothing he don't see, especially when he act like he ain't looking.
This is a fact. Cause he gonna bring it up later, like you, and you're like, damn, how do you even notice that? Like,
hey, he was born that way.
And listen, he gonna show you everything around it, cause you might not even have seen it and paid attention, but once he start breaking it down, you're like, oh shit, okay,
right.
for sure.
I be telling niggas, bro, go on somewhere with that shit, bro. Cause I'm gonna be real. I'm at a point in my life where I promise you I don't want to do nothing to nobody. That's why I called Creep. Creep would have called the old me. I said, Creep, this how I would have went. Hey, nigga, we finna go to Miami. We want to roll with it, went, just came back. Hey, we finna go to this. It'd have been 8 months down the road. I said, but Creep, I got love for you. I said, I'm gonna give you some advice. Take your life and normalize it. Because the next individual you cross like this may not have love for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this shit a shot. That's like, that was your little man. That was really...
Bro, listen, Creep.
Yeah.
Bro, he been in the thick of it. Of all this shit, bro. He been right there.
I can't even...
Spots I ain't getting into. Spots Reek ain't getting into. Creep the nigga that's right there. So it's like, bro, you supposed to... Like, niggas is watching you like, bro, we see you right there. Come on, bro.
I mean, Creep gave me my first interview on Clubhouse, so you know.
Bro, you all on no jumper, bro. You sitting with Flacco. You doing? Come on, bro.
All that's the Wack. Everything he got going on. And I told him, I say, listen, man, I got love for you. The homies is mad. They back there going crazy. Upset. Them niggas wanted to get me the other day.
Yo ass.
Man, I ain't lying. Them niggas was upset, bro. Them niggas was
Word he do, Nehemiah.
Why you telling him? Because he was lined up. I got love for you. I might get mad at you, but it ain't going to go that far. You know, if I gently you, I'm not going to do nothing to you. You know, this shit... Listen, I'm going to be real. If Creep was given the option to take an ass whooping and still everything be the same versus what he know I'm about to do now, he had took that ass whooping. Because now it's just...
You said that's the game, loan money running out.
Ain't no hard feeling, you got it. So I did everything I was supposed to do.
So what happened with that artist B4? You still working with B4 and everything?
I don't know who that is. I don't know them.
Damn.
I don't know who no B4 is. I don't know.
That nigga had the 100
Y'all gotta watch these niggas. I know B4 and he must have went and made something. I bet you won't put a diamond tester to that.
Nigga didn't have that.
No low.
Hey,
shit.
Wack 100. Always in the middle of some shit. Know everybody business. Can stop what he want when he want. But he want us to believe that he ain't get that order at no jumper. Wack straight cooperating, man.
Hey, Red, who brought you to that fight? Luce and them? Yeah, Luce.
That's true. You know, look.
That's where I was part of IBM. Yeah, like a long time ago as an artist and a producer. I'm actually.
But let me tell you the funny part, Red. Red, let me tell you the part I never told you, Red. Yeah. Remember when they went over there and did the fake move saying dude was a blogger, he be talking crazy about me?
Yeah.
They went over there and hit this innocent dude in the mouth.
Yeah,
the dude, right? You didn't notice? Later on in the night, I went over there by myself to the crowd of people.
In the block. Nah, facts. You made it right.
I went over there. I said, hey, let me ask you a question, brother. Why did he do that to you? He said, Wack, he said you was sending me a message. I said, well, bro, I don't know you. I felt something was weird. I said, but whatever he did to you, that's between you and him. I came over here by myself even after this in your crowd. I thought it was a problem. His homie said that Wack thought it was a problem. Them niggas be moving with it. We told you Wack don't got nothing to do with this shit. So it's play that night. He hit dude in the mouth. I see it. I said, who is dude? Was running content on you. Content on who? He say a name. I said, I ain't never heard of the nigga don't do it in the name of me. That's your problem.
Right.
This what I tell him. I said, leave the nigga alone. If you don't do nothing to that nigga, then I don't know that.
So now he identifying all the different crimes that Loose Cannon did, that I guess he was saying it was for Wack, that it really wasn't supposed to be for Wack. So I guess that's the angle that he's trying to go at with the no jumper shit. To show everybody these different situations that happened, and Loose Cannon did them on his own and said they was for Wack, but they really wasn't. But they was all for Wack. It's just Wack acting like he didn't have nothing to do with it.
Nigga, whatever he run it. I don't know. So I waited about 30, 40 minutes till he got over there in his group. He leaking, he cleaned up. I walked over there by. They was like, I said, nah, I don't need none of y'all to come with me. What's up, bro? How you doing? My name is Wack. Yeah, man, I know. What's your name? So what's your problem going on with him? Man, they said, man, you sick. Nah, brother, I don't know you. He said something about some content. I don't give a content be. You can run some more, nigga, while I'm here. So
you talking about the night of the fight, right?
The night of the fight, whoever this nigga was, from rapper, supposed to be blogger from Sandberg.
Yeah, it was a rapper, Wack. It wasn't. It was a rapper.
No, but he told it. I sent him. I don't know this.
Right. I know.
Yeah, I don't know this. Say, hey, bro.
There you go. Whoever said it in the chat, he said it.
Yeah, my people over there is flamed up. They're my people. I don't know a lot of people that's with him. They with him, but I'm telling you, as a man, whatever y'all got going on between y'all has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, but that wasn't even our problem. That was one of them that was with us that had a problem singularly with that.
But he told it's me.
Yeah.
See, the line of sabotage set up. He just don't know. When I'm sitting over there in my pocket and I'm not saying nothing, my brain is like that shit on Terminator, bro. It's just digitizing everything.
Analyzing everything, yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
So when you think nah.
It was all good just 6 months ago. I don't know.
All right. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And then he was like, Wack, let's go to your studio. I said, that's what you want to go to the studio? Yeah, I'll come and meet you over there. Right? So let me holler at the home. We're gonna pull out and I'm gonna meet you over there. All right, cool. 35 minutes passed. Wack, what's up with it? Got a call from my kids, man. I gotta head in. Out of here, nigga. What I look like?
This dude
I look like the
wicked.
common man. You okay?
This dude wicked. Appreciate the super chat, bro. You said sounds more and more to me like Wack was scared of Loose too.
Listen, I'm gonna do that anyway.
Like,
you know,
and now he acting like everything he ain't had nothing to do with. He went home, he kept going this way, and he stopped it. With the no jumper situation, we seen you kick loose foot and step back. So you want to disassociate yourself with everything that's not relevant to what we seen. And you can tell us that you left with all those other situations and you stopped it and you wasn't the reason why the dude got beat up because Lou said your name. But we watched everything at the no jumper shit. That video still out there. You was in that one.
Union ain't gonna show a different color than the habitat he's in. He's blending in.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, end of the day, it was a bunch of little weird shit going on. We sitting back watching it. We see it. My team then saw it. They watching me. They scratching their head at me like, what up to? They in my ear every day.
Well, appreciation to you because, you know, without you
But I'm
giving
gonna
that
tell you
green
what
light,
happened. What happened to niggas though? With niggas like that, and other niggas get ready to move, and you in the car, you collateral damage, bro.
That's a fact.
Got to watch it. Got to watch you. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact. Yeah, that's why I have to move around from that, you know, because I'm just a reporter, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to be a producer and a media person with this podcast and my production.
No, that's how he was getting the dudes over there. He was telling them what he do. He tell them he in the music. I'm finna go meet with Wack and all this old shit.
Right.
I do because I would get phone calls from people. Yo, man, you know whoop the whoop? Yeah. Man, the nigga say that you just gave him a deal for 1.5 and he gonna give us a deal for 200. Oh, yeah, I don't shit. You gotta talk to him about that. I'm not gonna expose it because exposing that, I said, I will tell you this. If he know you called me, he ain't with you. Yeah, well, I said, I ain't gonna tell him. All right, Wack, good looking out. So he ain't.
Wack told us that him and Luce had millions of dollars a deal. Yo, we got a $5 million deal on the table about to go through, but now you saying some other shit.
They not telling him he called me, and he has no idea they called me. And here he come. Hey, Wack. Hey, what's going on, brother?
Right. I mean, what saved me, I've been involved with you for like, 4+ years. I know, I know your kids.
So where he find you at? Oh, when he started coming on our floor, you moving it?
My production, I be making beats, so he wanted a producer on the team. So I started, I may do something with
when did he start communicating with you?
Like around, it's gonna be funny you gonna say it, around January 2024.
So when I start bringing him to the floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went to academics with him. I went out there.
Hey y'all, let me tell y'all the funny thing about it. Y'all ready for this? And I don't know if that was Rue or Dreas. It was one of them. Might have been Dreas. The IBM hoodlum nigga has never seen Luce. He got him from our group. And this nigga running around like they Ace Boom Coon.
I'll tell you this.
Crazy.
I'll tell you this. I never heard of IBM. Yeah, he came in later on, like in October. It had to be October 2024.
October, you're right, because once Dreas identified, it was Dreas or one of them identified who it was, and I went back and looked, and he was already DMing me on here. He was back channeling me on here. I just never responded to the nigga. I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, I never met, bro. Like, I've been in places where
he's never seen Luce Cannon a day in his life. This nigga's he ain't never seen Luce Cannon. Never.
Nah, not one time. I could say that.
Shit's hilarious.
Yeah, Wack, that shit crazy. All this shit crazy, man.
The way he go up for the nigga, you would think that was it. Like, nigga, we every day.
You know how bumpy you can say I done been around the homie crowd a few times, here, there. We done there. He done left me with his talent. That nigga's never seen him in physical form in his life. Oh, the weirdo. Listen, after I start bringing him to our floor, all of a sudden he starts to say, I got a media team. So he just took a bunch of people who was DMing him, and he'd be like, hey, you want to be my media team? So I'm watching it. I said, R&B sit right here. I said, hilarious, baby. Sit back and trip on it. You heard Gizzy said, oh, I only been knowing him for about 2 months. I only knew him for a month before I came down to No Jumper with him. Like, he don't know none of these. He getting that thing, hey, bro, you want to roll with me? I got this for you. I could do this for you. And he just picks up total strangers.
Nah, but what you said about academics, that shit would make sense because, like I said, I was there. And when you said that you was supposed to be there with him, because when we got there, academics wasn't there. We had to wait for bro.
I was because Act I know how to get in and do everything. Like I got access to this. So when I'm coming, Act don't worry about being there. I know how to go in, go all the way to the back.
The same person that say they don't know how to work nothing. I don't know how to work nothing. But when he wants to do something, he know how to do everything. This why I tell you can't trust what this dude be talking about. He'll tell you I don't know how to do none of that stuff right there on the computer. But then turn around, be on there doing shit.
Get on the elevator, because that place is big. Get in, he's like, I know, so,
Yeah, it was kind of strange when that shit, because we got there and like, well, we didn't know you was coming, type of, where Wack at? And I'm like, I hope you didn't just try.
ARM, you already know it. Gizzy definitely fucking around. And Wack lined that up too. He just did it another way.
3,000 miles. I mean, I'm from Brooklyn, so I'm good in New York, but he's the
guy. What did he say?
For nothing.
You're just mad because I'm bigger than you. I see this is out of here.
That nigga was like, yo, Wack not here? You like Wack not? I'm like, you like, nah. You like, oh shit, man, we came here for no reason. Please, God, don't tell me that.
He called me. He said, Wack, what you doing? I said, I'll make it up to you, bro. Go ahead and do the interview. He said, what I'm interviewing about? I said, just let talk. And he said, all right. You know this act is let it eat, and he was trolling with the nigga. What? Wait. What happened? Serious? Who?
You see how he do though, man. Wack is crazy, man. Liar, manipulator, straight crazy, man. Can't trust him at all. People still fall for that dude, man. If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, man, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. Definitely justice for Marciano and G. Reed. And y'all know we going in. Facts. I'm gonna get some rest. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate all y'all, man. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Share this video. Hey, run the table. This nigga really said he for the people. Like, I think he just be saying shit. Whatever he feel like saying, he just say it. Don't none of it be true. He just say it. Only people that Wack is truthful to is them feds. RM. That's the only people that he truthful to. Straight up. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, I'm gonna be knocked out. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm going all the way in on this one. I'm gonna sleep good. Yeah. Hit that like button, man. Let's get the likes up. Share this video. Hit that subscribe button, man. We going up. Straight up. Yeah. We going all the way up. No cap. Yeah, we going all the way up. Facts. Appreciate all y'all rocking with me though. You know. He said another t-shirt. Wack for them people. Okay, so put that on the t-shirt, huh? Yeah, hey, listen, I be going hard. I gotta get some sleep this time, cause I ain't get none last time. I'm running on straight fumes. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. Hey Ryan, I'm running on straight fumes. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. Woo! I'm going to sleep though, man. I'm gonna get me some rest after this round. Whack for them people. One hand, one gun, one bedroom. Yeah. Appreciate all y'all rock with me, man. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share this video. I appreciate all y'all. Y'all know how we do, man. We ain't stopping. Facts. If you want me to promote anything for you, it's $40 a day or $200 for 7 days. And we'll promote it right here. SBGB TV. So you can email me at sbgbtv@gmail.com and go check that merch out. sbgbtv.com. You know, go on there and check that merch out. Get you one of those SBGBTV shirts. And we about to make a Fufafi shirt. We're gonna make that real soon. Go check those shirts out. You know, I appreciate all y'all. Grab one of them hats. You know. Yeah, we got 2 different kind of hats on there. We got the sbgbtv.com, the hat with the SBGB on it. We got the hat with the logo. So go check that out. Got the shirts. And the shirts, they got the logo on the front, and then on the back of the shirt, they got it's not about the setback, it's about the get back. Now. We got ones with just it's not about the setback, it's about the get back. Go check that merch out. I appreciate all y'all that rock with me. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. You know, RM, my guy, I appreciate you. Run the table, my brother, appreciate you, man. You know, put a 1 in the chat. I shout you out, man. I appreciate y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if you are a member. Let's go. You know, if you would like to become a member, it's pinned at the top of the chat. Membership starts at $3.99. You know, facts. Yeah. Check that merch out. sbgbtv.com. Get you one of those shirts. AJ, RM. Yeah. Appreciate all y'all. Facts. Too's much. Ghost. Latrice. Yeah. Nehemiah. Appreciate you though. Big Steve, BMB. Facts. Nehemiah. Yeah, I'm getting some rest this time though. I'm coming back fresh. Y'all gonna see I'll be fresh when I come back next time. J Rip. J Rip. All y'all that rock with me, man, I appreciate everybody. If you in the chat, hit that subscribe button. The Pose King. Yeah. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. You know, share this video. We going up. Trust and believe. We going up. And that's a fact. Yeah. But y'all know what it is, man. It's your boy DZ. I appreciate all of y'all. It's not about the setback. It's about the get back. Nah.